discuss the issues that we have an opportunity to solve in our great city. Welcome to the City of Lamarque, the City Council regular agenda of June 8th, 2026. Notice is hereby given that the City Council of the City of Lamarque, Texas will conduct a regular meeting on June 8th, 2026, beginning at 6 p.m. in council chambers at 1109 B Bayou Road, Lamarque, Texas, as well as via video conference hosted through Zoom. In accordance with section 551.127B of the Texas Government Code, the presiding officer and a quorum of the Lamarque City Council intend to be and will physically be present at 1109 B Bayou Road, Lamarque, Texas. This location will be open to the public, and the meeting will be broadcast at this location on Channel 16 and via YouTube. The council will meet for the purpose of considering the following agenda. The meeting has been called to order. Welcome, Ms. Candace.
Thank you.
It is our custom that we will ask you, as our interim city clerk, to give us a roll call, please.
Councilmember Yancey,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Compion,
Present.
Councilmember Lowry,
Present.
Councilmember Griffin,
Present.
and Mayor Bell.
Present. Thank you, ma'am.
We have a quorum.
Thank you, ma'am. Let's stand for our invocation and pledge. It is also our custom in the great city of Lamarque that we pray together. And so we will pray the Lord's Prayer together. After that, we would ask the men and women of the Texas City Independent School District, the Lamarque High School, to lead us in our Pledge of Allegiance. Let us pray. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic which stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We are delighted today as a community to recognize one of our own, to recognize excellence, to recognize commitment, dedication, productivity. This is an opportunity for our young people to lead us as a community by example. It's an opportunity to acknowledge the hard work not only of this young man, but of the Lamarque High School, as well as the Texas City Independent School District. So I'd like to ask at this time, Mr. Jaquan McAfee to step forward. Mr. McAfee has accomplished things in our community and for our community that we as a community, as a city of Lamarque, that we might be able to emulate. When I read your story, sir, and I realized that you are only a sophomore in high school.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
And I also realized that not only did you win the state championship in the 100-meter dash, but you also won it in the 200-meter dash.
Wow.
It inspired me to invite you here because this can inspire us as a community to reimagine who we are, and it can inspire us as a community to realize what's important and emulate your dedication, your sacrifice, your talent, and your drive to put our city back on track.
Oh. You say yeah.
You did this on a track.
Yeah.
You say it well. Good, bring it, yeah, bring it. Okay.
With dedication and commitment, struggle and perseverance. And perhaps our council and our community might refocus to have the same dedication and commitment, sacrifice, and excellence that you have shown in representing us. Perhaps we might find our way to a better place, and we might find our way to get back on track and be about the people's business. And so we honor you. We honor your high school. We honor the school district because you all have led us in this moment, and we appreciate you. And so, Mr. Jaquan, this is a proclamation from the city of Lamarque, Texas. Texas UIL 4A state 100-meter and 200-meter champion. Whereas the city of Lamarque is proud to be home to the Lamarque High School of the outstanding Texas City Independent School District. And whereas Jaquan McAfee, student athlete, Texas City Independent School District, has demonstrated exceptional talent, determination, and sportsmanship through this participation in track and field. Whereas through hard work, discipline, and commitment to excellence, Jaquan McAfee earned the distinguished title of Texas UIL 4A state champion in the 100-meter. And whereas this remarkable accomplishment also includes the 200-meter dash. And it not only reflects the individual achievement, but also the support and encouragement provided by his family, coaches, teammates, teachers, and the Texas City Independent School District. And whereas Jaquan McAfee serves as an inspiration to young athletes throughout Lamarque by exemplifying dedication, leadership, and the pursuit of excellence, both on and off the track. Whereas the city of Lamarque wishes to recognize and celebrate this extraordinary achievement and commend Jaquan McAfee for representing his school and Lamarque with pride and distinction. Now, therefore, the city council of the city of Lamarque, in recognition of his outstanding accomplishments, do hereby proclaim that June 8th, 2026 is to be celebrated as Jaquan McAfee Texas State Champion Track and Field Day in the city of Lamarque, and urge all citizens of Lamarque to recognize the achievements and the distinction that Jaquan McAfee has brought to the city of Lamarque, and encourage all citizens to applaud and celebrate this success. Be it so proclaimed this 8th day of June, 2026, Keith Bell, Mayor, City of Lamarque. Let's give a round of applause for that.
Way to go!
In a minute, I'm going to ask you to speak, so I'm giving you a heads up. But this story did strike at a core of my heart. Miss Colleen, who was our communications director, it inspired both of us, because quite truly, everything that you did through determination and drive. The good days, the bad days, the times that you doubted yourself, the times that I'm sure you were scared, you continued to move forward on track. You focused. And if we can take as a community anything from you, it is that A, the victory is in getting back on track. And B, it will require us as a community to focus, to have drive, commitment, and perseverance. And so you truly are, whether you knew it or not, you know it now. You truly are leading our community to an opportunity to be better for ourselves. And we thank you for that. We thank you for that, sir. Yeah, absolutely. Speech.
I'm thankful. I'm thankful for everybody coming to support me today and being here to support me. I don't have much to say. I'm just I don't know. Thank y'all.
That's good enough. That's good enough. Let's get a picture, and then we're gonna ask Dr. Duarte, members of the school board, to come.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. You smiled for everybody earlier. All right, there you go. Okay.
Is Coach Ward here? And parents, grandparents?
Get a picture of Mayor, real quick.
School board? And we have a proclamation for you, and we also have one, Dr. Duarte for the.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that very much. Oh, no, hit good side. Okay. All right. Here we go. Ready? 1, 2, 3, right here, right here. 1, 2, 3. Anybody have a phone? They want me to? Okay. I'm a pro at that. Thank you for offering. Okay. Mayor, you want to sign them?
They're already signed.
Oh, good.
This is
to go.
yours.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Dr. Duarte.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Congratulations. Thank you, sir.
They gonna be parked in the corner. I was late coming in today. I was late. Mhm.
As we transition a bit.
I saw him coming.
Very good. We're now at item 4.2. And that is a presentation from our communications department of one.
Thank you. If ain't nobody else excited, I am.
Welcome, Ms. Cullen.
Thank you. I have 2 presentations that Linda will help me pull up. One of them is a slideshow and the other one is the Clark Condon presentation that we had contracted several years ago. You'll recall it when you see it. So first of all, my name is Colleen Chilcote. I'm very proud to be in the city of Lamarque. Thank you all for the opportunity to serve the people. I came back in November after a short break to run off and have a baby and get remarried. So I'm very happy to be back. If you'll recall, my work the first go around was with Alex Getty in the EDC, and I had a split role, right? So I worked for the EDC and did PR work for them, and I also tried to help propel the city's strategies forward, right? We had a document called the 2015 and 2022 Strategic Communications Guide. Alex, what's the proper term? No, it's the first one that we had. And it was a document that was prepared by the EDC, and it was really a guidebook that we could use to implement programs, things like a grocery store plan, signage plan, TxDOT expansion plan, and I used it every single day in my work with the EDC to propel the city forward, right? We almost accomplished everything in there that we could. And so now I came back to Lamarck at a difficult time, and the past 6 months have been stabilization. And so I wanted to give a quick update on what I have been able to achieve and how it looks different from what I was doing before. Okay, so Linda, will you roll to the next slide, please? So this is just a quick rundown. There's 4 topics that I'm going to discuss quickly, right? And if you have any questions, please let me know. Number 1, next, please. So I just want the council and everyone that's listening and all of our staff members to know that we are pulling metrics. Go ahead and go to the next one. So these are the 3 main data points that I track on a regular basis to see how we're doing. So I will say when I came back to Lamarck, it was very fractured. The communication structure was difficult to discern, and we had basic trouble with access. So for example, in our crisis communication system, we had no super admins. It took us several months to get that back, and then to implement some strategies on the back end on who should have access to those platforms and get them trained, okay? Very, very basic. So before I could even get to this, I had to restabilize our platforms. And that wasn't just one, it was all of them. So everything from the website to our crisis communication, to our alert systems, to our almost every single platform needed to be regain control and then get more admins on board. So we had to start there. But I have been tracking, and generally social media has been flat, and I'm happy with that because there was several people working on social media before. And now, as you're all aware, it's just been me primarily. And so I'm happy with it remaining flat and not losing any traction. Very happy with that, actually. The second one is the website. We've actually had a spike in new users, which is fantastic. That's more new people registering for alerts, more people visiting our website to get information, etc. And request tracker, I printed out just one of the reports. If you were on social media over the weekend, or our Factual Friday, our Factual Friday newsletter, we gave some data points, and I printed out just one of the reports that we used to get that data. This is from just this year. So I printed this out, maybe Mr. Lowry will have the digital reports available, but I printed this for you in case you wanted a paper copy. So that's for you if you would like it. And this is the amount of data that we go into to see and pull those numbers. It's data-based, okay? So it hasn't been fantastic, but we're still growing and it's going in a positive direction. And mostly we have control of our system. Excuse me. Next slide, please. So we talked a little bit about what I did for the city before, how I served the city, and the EDC is very different from what I'm doing now. And so a lot of people I've heard and seen, Colleen did this and Colleen did that, and that I wish that I had the opportunity and the time to do all the things I did before, but the truth is my role has shifted substantially. I work for the city manager now. I work directly for the administration office. And we are implementing strategies that I wasn't able to quite achieve when I worked with you the last time because I was from the bottom trying to push change up. Now I'm with the top implementing change down, and it takes time, right? So a website first approach is the first thing that we're doing. Anything that is on the internet should be on our website first. It shouldn't go on social media. It shouldn't go out as a text alert. It should be on our website first, and our website should always be a hub of our communications. And it takes time and effort and attention. We also have to make sure that we're being ADA compliant. Those are federal laws that recently changed. And so it takes time, and I'm doing it, and it's behind the scenes and you can't see it. And that's why one reason I wanted to tell you here that that's important and that we're focusing on it, and it is time consuming, but I think in the long run, it'll be better for the people of Lamarck. Okay. We want to be a hub, right? Our website first approach. Let's see what else. I'm also have shifted quite a bit in trainings, right? So as I mentioned before, we had lost access to our systems. And so now I've become the trainer on using our crisis communication system. Nobody else on staff, they know how to get in and maybe use it in an emergency. But in the past, there was other staff members who had been primary on that. And those structures have just shifted, right? So our EOC looks a little bit different now. I'm primary, and that's great. I'm okay with it. I just want everyone to understand that it is more time consuming and it is behind the scenes, and it's very important so that I can train and teach others. But I have become a primary in those systems. So I'm training on Request Tracker, Civic Plus, which is just website updates, and then crisis communication is the biggest one. It's a really important opportunity for improvement that we have. And we're working on it constantly. We're having PIO meetups with all of the PIOs who serve the people of Lamarck so that we're unified in our voice. None of that is visible, but it's all implementing change. Let's see. And then, I mean, it seems small, but I've also become sort of the admin for the back end of the website. When we get new employees, I have to teach them how to do that. I wasn't doing any of this type of work before. I love it. Don't get me wrong. It's just a little bit different. Okay, we'll move on to future planning. So it's been about 6 months, 7 months now, and I had a long list of goals that I wanted to achieve in my first 6 months. And I've done almost all of them except for regain access to channel 16. It's my laser focus. It is what I am going after. That is a tool that's used by a very important segment of our community. It needs to be updated. It needs to be fixed. We need it before hurricanes or emergencies hit. And it's top of mind for me, okay? That's the last thing in my 6 month that I haven't achieved. But then looking ahead, these are some programs that I would like to see in the very near future. Water bill newsletter, who misses that? Who misses your water bill newsletter?
I do.
I know. It's coming, I promise. I've been trying so hard and it's next. Okay, I know everyone uses it. It's free to the city to do that. It's just a time thing. So I promise you that will be coming as soon as we possibly can. And then some, the 2-Minute Tuesdays, I think were a great idea. They may have not been done how I would do them. So we'll try to reinvigorate that program. And that was a great weekly update for the people of Lamar. So these are just some examples. We have a 2027 website refresh under contract coming. And so there will be substantial website updates in 27. And we are looking as a team with IT, emergency management, public works, everyone to see if we stay the course with Request Tracker or move to a new tool. Okay, so we're right now, Request Tracker is funded. It's working well. We're training on it. We're making it better, and we're fully invested in Request Tracker right now. But in 2027, with the website refresh, we'll talk about it again. That's when the money changes, so we can talk about it again. Any questions so far? Okay, next.
Let's stop here.
Sure.
Stop here. Mayor Pro Tem, did you want to?
Yes, clarify, you said that there were some ADA compliant issues on the website you were referring to, or to what?
Yes, sir. So there, there are federal guidelines for ADA compliance. It's a long acronym, right? And so all governments in the United States of America must comply with this new set of regulations. Originally, it was this year and it has been extended. And so all governments of all sizes are facing the same challenges. Us, all the way up to the city of Houston, we have to implement, and again, it's invisible to you, most likely. It impacts people with visual impairedness mostly. So it's screen readers, it's naming every single file, image on the website. It's how we save our PDFs and how we upload documents to make sure that they're readable for screen readers. And IT, even before I got here, they were implementing some, what we could do, which is the little contrast man on the bottom of the website. Linda, can you show them our website? Because we wanted to show you this before, but I don't think you were able to see it. So we have been making progress on it, but it is a federal mandate. And I think with the 2027 refresh, you'll start to see some more of those things. See the little man? If you click the little man,
Yeah, in the left corner.
And the little blue
yeah,
man.
the Blue guy.
the little blue guy, that right there,
Mhm.
then you'll be able to pop up a list of contrast, text changes. It's not just for people with visual impairedness. It's also maybe senior citizens who need a larger text or can't see what we've written for some reason. You can change all the contrast settings, see? So that's one step toward ADA compliance that we've already completed. The other things are behind the scenes, but I just want to make sure that council's aware that we're working on that. Any other questions, sir?
Well, that's great because that occurred after Hurricane Ike when we organized the social service block grant groups. We had to have hearing and visual impairment because it was so crucial for our community who needed the assistance, especially our disabled community. So I understand and
I'm gonna try to speed through the rest. That was the heaviest part. Ready? So a couple of times since I've been back in the past 6 months, wayfinding has popped up. Can you go ahead to the next scene? Thank you, Linda. So I just wanted to give a little bit of history on the wayfinding program. I brought this folder, and this was from when I worked here the first time. I don't know if anyone on council remembers this photo. Do you guys remember this photo? Do you remember this?
it's too far, kids.
Okay, we went through a comprehensive wayfinding program activity. We went through the buy board to find vendors. We picked out how the bottom should look. We picked out which ones should have lights and which ones shouldn't. We picked out a small, medium, and large. Mac McGaffey Highland Bayou Park was going to get a large. All the other parks were going to get a medium. And so we have done this work. Also separately, I think before and after I left, Amanda in Public Works has also worked on comprehensive wayfinding programs for the parks. The issue comes down to the funding. So we bring the work to the table and then there's no funding. And so it gets shelved, right? So tactfully, we have done the work and we would love to have signs especially at Max Park. We need the money. So you show me the money and I'll bring everything that's already been done and we can go from there. But it's not starting from scratch. This work has been done.
Is there a price already associated with that?
I think you need 10K to get going, 10K for each spot. And if you want lighting, you should add 3K. So that's just a shot in the dark. It's probably and there's options now, right? So there's new types of signs. There's been talks of donated signs. They still need to have concrete poured, infrastructure run for lighting. The site work still has to be done. I still think if you got 10K per spot, then we can put in some signs. So I just want to make sure you guys know, we hear you, the staff is hearing you, and we want the signs also. And the work has been done. We just need the money.
Colleen, when you say per spot,
Mhm.
are you speaking of each like a park?
Yes.
Okay.
If you want a lighted brick sign at every park, you need 10K per park. And that should cover engineering, all the things. Not just the sign of, cost of the sign, but from A to Z.
You said, I'm sorry, Mayor, you said there were large and medium
And small.
and small.
Yes.
And all of them require the landscaping and lighting.
No, ma'am.
Okay.
And so I think so for example, I think City Hall needs a sign before Mac McGaffey Highland Bayou
I do
Park.
too.
I'm sorry, I love Mac,
I do,
but our sign is wooden and.
and it's broken.
Yes, ma'am. And so that one, for example, would be closer to 15. And then one with no lighting would probably be closer to 8.
Okay.
So I'm just making, you got a spot, you want to sign, give me 10K and we could talk about it. But until then, we would love to put signs all over Lamarck. And I'm sure there's grants available, but
Yeah.
I don't know if that's been explored recently. Also, I think some signs can use hot tax dollars, right? So there's opportunities, but the inclination that aren't listening is just not really accurate.
Well, I know that the board talked about the larger signs that both of them, but I understand Mahan.
Mhm.
And then we wanted the mid signs at the neighborhood park, like West Lawn.
West Lawn.
And
mhm.
MLK, and then for the niche, the smaller ones like JC, it was the signs, the smaller ones.
Sure,
That's what the request was.
Amanda's done a whole separate with the wooden signs, more
Yeah.
like traditional park signs.
Right.
But the cost is very similar. If you want lighting, the concrete costs the same, the engineering and all that stuff is still a hard cost. And so sometimes, there's right of way, especially with Mac McGaffey.
Right.
I did extensive research on the right of way that would need to be acquired since I've been back, and even got down to look at the property owners and which one I recall working on this in the past and which ones we're willing to sell and not. Nothing's going to be done at McGaffey Highland Bayou Park until TxDOT's finished with their work. Now, there is that monument sign that was put in by Texas Park and Wildlife when the park was dedicated. It was damaged. I've also been in contact with a company to try to repair that in the meantime. And there are options, like we could put up a sign on our own property, right? We don't have to put it on the feeder. But I'm saying, I need 10K, I'll give you a sign. And so that's really what it boils down to.
So I want to encourage you to get in, maybe this is something we can talk to TxDOT about, because they do have grant programs for that. Especially with all the issues that we've had with TxDOT and how it has impacted our businesses. So I know in the past that they've done that. So TxDOT is a option we can look at. Also, the Texas Parks and Wildlife, they also have grants available as well, since we have some of these, so many parks, and we have the Highland Bayou. So those
Mhm.
are two funding sources that may be able to help us
Sure,
with that 10K.
absolutely. We'll look at it. So when you're
Mayor Pro
ready.
Tem- Mayor Pro
Yeah.
Tem.
Yes, sir, please.
Your point about donors, I think that's crucial, especially for our city right now with our financial challenges. There are individuals that are willing to step up, and I want to give you an example, is that Councilmember Griffin pointed out to me that the Crime Watch groups were not able to acquire signs. And I believe in our public safety initiative, right, that was implemented. And so I stepped forth and am providing, working with the chief. But the challenge is I wanted to make sure the signs go up. So they're individual signs for members' yards,
Mm.
so that there's several, so that we can still have the presence there on that side. So as you develop this, I would encourage individual donor guidelines
Sure.
and how we can assure that those signs that are donated by the donors are put up and visible for our community.
Our hearts are all the same on the sign for Mac. I promise. Our hearts are the same. We want it. We think it's important.
It's time.
And we'll find a way. It's just,
We will.
I just want to make sure that you are aware that we've been working on it and we're trying.
Yes, ma'am.
And also check with HCAG as too. They
Yes,
may
ma'am.
have some grants. Back to what Joe was saying about, there may be sponsors
Mhm.
that want to come and even advertise their business. I was looking at Kelly's sign that is in my district.
Mhm.
It's faded. We
Mhm.
have a lot of old faded signs. You have a lot of churches too. Just to explain to some people that may not know, what is a wayfinding program? What is it supposed to do? They
So
don't know.
a lot of people, so what I'm really speaking about for MAC is a monument sign.
Right.
That's the proper terminology, is called a monument sign. A wayfinding program is where your signs in your city are all branded. They all look the same. It's part of a strategic, comprehensive plan and approach to where you prioritize which signs you want to go first. Maybe it's one per district, maybe it's the most trafficked highways, but you have a look and a feel and a brand and a strategic approach to putting in the monument signs. It's not just block one here and then in 5 years, one looks different. We want it to be a program. And whether that looks like the traditional park signs like Amanda's worked on, or the metal and brick ones
Right.
that, are kind of of course, I'm your PR person. I want them to be gorgeous and lit and blue. But you know, I don't know if we can afford that.
But
Right.
to have a synergy, right?
Yes.
So a wayfinding program for people that don't know, let me just add to what you're saying. It's for you to find items.
Yes, ma'am.
Church nearby.
Right.
School coming up.
City Hall,
City
police
Hall.
department.
This is where, so when you have
library.
people move in,
Mhm,
there's signs that are saying go this way, go that way. Cause I know when we say wayfinding,
mhm.
we know what that is, but our community may not. So
Sure.
it's a way to bring unity in your community with the same type of signage. And it's a way that you find things in the community when you know, because we have so many new people here, they don't know where to go.
Sure.
Because our signage is not the best. So that would be great if we can find the grant money to invest in that.
Well,
And have
of
some
course.
symmetry, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
On the
ma'am.
city.
Just a quick thought. We visited signage back in
22.
just when Gus came on as
Mhm.
attorney, right? So we have all sorts of guidelines in our zoning. You
This
have
is
to
what
get-
this is from.
All right.
That's,
Right.
we picked, y'all chose them. Well,
Yes.
I'm not sure if it was current council. I'm so sorry,
It's
but
22.
council, it was presented to council and you
Yes.
chose your preference. And then we went and got bids off the buy board. And it was just a little bit more than we could bite off at the time.
Okay.
So that's kind of an update. And any other questions on that? We'll keep working on it.
So it's nice to see the 833 number back. Cause I was like, what happened? So it's nice to see that that's back. It's a
Yes,
very
ma'am.
good and informative program. Thank you for that.
Yes, ma'am. So the last thing, well, number 3, what's next? Let's skip ahead. Oh, that's what we just talked about. Okay, let's talk about tech dot. So can you show the Clark Condon presentation? So when I worked here before, as I mentioned before, that strategic plan that the EDC had, there was a 45 plan, a 45 expansion item in that plan. And so the reason I got involved with TxDOT in the first place is because the plan said that was important. And that meant that Chairman Crowder thought that that was important. So I went after it, right? And that's how we ended up with this, right? So our neighbors to the north and the south were also working on similar programs with this exact vendor. So Clark Condon is an industry standard. They're working on the imprints on the bridges in Dickinson, Texas City, and Galveston, right? So they know what they're doing. And we contracted them. And again, if you'll recall, council, we brought options to you, everything from pavers to light poles to colors of signs, all the things. If you wanted stars or you wanted Texases, right? Y'all chose all that. And it was included in the plan. And then we entered into an advanced funding agreement with TxDOT. That's what AFA means. And so we are currently within an AFA with TxDOT. We paid $71,000 in 2020 something. It's in your packet. The exact AFA is in your packet. And so that got us the little marks that you're seeing on the bridge. Once that construction is complete, TxDOT's going to paint that a solid color and we're responsible for coming in and making it blue. Okay, TxDOT's going to put in some landscaping. We paid for the irrigation pipes, right? We have to pay the water bill. They pay it for a year and then we pay for it after that. If we put in irrigation ponds at Delaney, right? We talked about the ponds, fountain or no fountain, I can't remember. And so what I've been doing is reaching out to TxDOT to understand what exactly is covered in our AFA. What are we gonna have to, what did the 71,000 get us? What expenses are expected in the future? Because of our financial situation, we need to make sure that Worth and the finance team is prepared for those. And whether they be $10,000 or I know one thing that's interesting is we upgraded to the power coated light poles. So all of our light poles along 45 are going to be black and power coated instead of being just galvanized, right? Part of the agreement is we have to keep one of those in our city in case 18-wheeler knocks one down. We are responsible to have one on site so we can replace it. And so where are we going to put that? Is it going to go at the yard, right? So I'm just trying to get in touch with TxDOT, review the AFA, and see what we have in the future. Can we flip through it, Linda, so everybody can see? So this is another reason why that environmental logo was created, because our city seal couldn't go on the MSE panels. Keep going. And these are the ponds I was just mentioning, right? So are we paying for fountains or not? I hope not. That's okay. Keep going.
Actually, no, it was a part of a grant that was submitted and TxDOT did not approve the grant.
Okay.
Okay.
They're just a liability, really, long term. We presented all these things to council, keep going. Now, and then this is what you chose, right? We chose this environmental logo. It was designed just for this. This is an example of what the landscaping will be like. We invested in putting the infrastructure for lighting in. We did not pay for the lights. That's what we elected to do back then. So if you want to, we're going to have to purchase the lights at another time. Once the freeway is totally complete, this is when it comes in, oh, excuse me, this is when they come in with the lighting fixtures, for example. We also paid for additional lighting underneath the freeways because we wanted to light up Lamarck. Remember, that's where Light Up Lamarck started. So the infrastructure has been invested in. And this is what it could potentially look like at night. We invested in upgraded pavers, not the fanciest, but they are slightly upgraded. We have to keep some of those in the city somewhere. Okay? And then this is just an example of what it'll look like. Keep going, Linda. And then you guys chose the Texas shape because Texans love Texas so much instead of the star. Keep going. So that's just what these, I just want to make sure you've seen this, you remember it, and this is how these decisions were made. And then the AFA, I will have to report back to you as soon as I get in touch with them, but the copy of what I have is in your packet. My understanding is that we have to do one for each segment of freeway. And each segment of freeway, that's what those CSJ numbers are in your packet. And so I understand that every CSJ will have its own AFA, and I'll verify that. Very deep in the weeds, but that's how it is with TxDOT, right? So I just want to make sure that you're prepared and answer any questions that you have.
The only question that I have, Colleen, is they're putting in native plants.
Yes.
And who's responsible for maintaining that?
Once TxDOT puts them in, they water them for 1 year
Mhm.
and then we take care of them after that. Yes, ma'am. But we worked very closely with the landscape architect before he retired. I think you're going to be very, very pleased with how it looks on the south part of the freeway.
Yes, ma'am.
Beautiful patterned native plants. I think you'll be pleased. It's just going to take a while. But yes, we will. I don't think we'll have to water them too much once they get established.
Colin, you may not recall, but Ms. Yancey may recall the previous agreement with TxDOT. Keep Lamarck Beautiful stepped in and did the maintenance for Lake Road and what's that triangle that's there? There was a
Yes.
palm tree out there.
Mhm.
And so we would probably every couple of times a year take our little machines and go ahead and do the cleaning out there. So
Cool.
possibly that's something that our committees can get back involved in.
I would love that. It'd be beautiful. So my one recommendation, maybe I can speak TxDOT now. Somehow your communications professional can speak TxDOT, which is kind of rare. But I'm not a pro by any means. And so it depends on where we are with the status of the AFAs. We may need to ask our friends at Clark Condon to come back and help us execute or understand where we are, present to the council in a way that you can understand, because it is pretty technical. So if you see that come through, I just wanted to make sure you're all aware. Next, last, I want to be done. What's next?
No.
These are the segments. If you're curious about the segments, they are in the presentation that shows you where each segment is. This is the last thing. We've talked about events quite a bit. And so this is my shot at getting prepared for the RFP. So these are the 4 events that I would like to present to external event management companies to come and help us coordinate in Lamarck. And the reason for this is they're too big for us. They're just multi-day setup. They encumber too much of staff time. And I think they could be a lot bigger and we can enjoy a lot more benefit from them, and the people of Lamar could enjoy a lot benefit from them if we weren't so strapped on the back end trying to make it happen, right? So this is what I'm proposing to put in the RFP, and then the next slide is what I'm proposing that we keep in-house. And by police department events, they do a back to school, for example. The fire department does a sensory friendly touch-a-truck, which is really neat. The library does their programs throughout the year. So those are small, usually half day. We can take care of that in-house, right? Even Hurricane Huddle is half day. I don't think anybody wants to let go of the Nutcracker or the Christmas parade in the future, hopefully, but these are things we would keep in-house, and the big ones are what we would take out. And I wanted to make sure that's palatable before we move forward and get any feedback. And that's my last item.
Go back to the previous slide. We can. You don't have Juneteenth on there.
No, I don't, but we can try to add it. Having the week, 4th of July and Juneteenth back to back are tough.
Yeah.
It's so close together. It's just tough. And we've talked about it a lot, and Galveston being the birthplace of Juneteenth, the argument always comes back to, well, Galveston's got the tourism money and the staff, and it's, you could walk there. Like, we could walk to Galveston if we had to. But that's where it keeps boiling down to now. If that's not the direction that council wants to go, we can include it in the RFP, absolutely.
I would like you to include that
Sure.
in one vote, but I would like you to include it because of the history
Sure.
of the city of Lamarck. And because we want to monetize on that as well,
Sure.
because they have to come to Lamarck to get
Yes,
to
ma'am.
Galveston. That's $30 million passing on I-45
Yeah.
that we would love for them to stop by here.
Okay.
But I do think, I agree with you that we need an outside sponsor, and I think we can get it if we start early.
So let's be clear. The distinction, Ms. Yancey, that you are suggesting is that Juneteenth be placed on this slide for outside consideration and not for the individual or collective taxpayer resources from the citizens and residents of Lamar.
I think at the present time, I think we should get
Yeah.
an
No, I
outside.
agree. I
Yeah.
agree. I think and I'll say this. I strongly agree that we should move in that direction because Galveston is the birthplace. And so there are a lot of partners and potential partners. If they would just cross the causeway, I got you. I got you.
We want the money too.
I know. And I'll just end with, I'm very happy to be back. I appreciate your support. I'm very excited to help Lamar get back on track. I came back because I love this place and I love the people of the city, and I have a servant's heart, and it's tough out there sometimes, but I got nothing but love in here. So I'm gonna be just fine.
Mayor Pro Tem?
2 quick items. Under categories, there's a 3rd category that we're known for here in the city, and I just kind of call it, for lack of a better word right now, but hybrid events. It's where, like we did with our Thanksgiving, it's a combination of private, where the city is providing a space or things of that nature, but the funding is coming from private sources
Sure.
for that. And so we're not asking for financial, but just the,
That's been a very good event.
sorry,
No, I said it's been a very good event.
yeah.
All the KLMBC events would clearly stay on. I didn't put that on here, but I just want to make that very clear. All the cleanups, anything that KLMBC wants to do should stay with the half day. We can do it in-house, but that's
Well, like I said,
excellent
these
point. Community partnership.
community
events.
partnerships
Okay.
and that. So we're going to continue that. And then the other thing, because if not expand too for senior, because we have some thoughts along
Mhm.
there for our senior community. And then just a quick question on the text dot item. I was asking Mayor, we're both kind of confused because we paid the 71,000, but I see this category here of CSJ, and it says Texas City wide to Causeway,
Mhm.
but that's not in Lamar city limits.
No, but the exits will be
that's
impacted.
fine.
Your exits will be, because they're further north.
Okay.
And so it'll impact our residents and the exits that they have to take. So that's why I leave it included. I always said we're part of 4 segments, right? That's why sometimes working with TechSot is challenging because they have 4 different crews essentially who are working on one, each segment. Luckily for us, the contractor is the same on the first 3. I don't know about the 4th. And so I'm been trying to get back in touch with them and reignite that fire and make sure we're on top of it.
Thanks.
Any further questions?
I just have one last input. Colleen, when we're talking about the wayfinding and all of that, in the Parks Board, we, had issues with, way signs within the city, letting residents know where our neighborhood parks were.
Sure.
But also we provided information about, getting directional signs at McGaffey, because that's one of our bigger park, and we got the fishing holes and
Sure.
spots and all of that. So we wanted some directional signs out there as well. And I think, Miss Amanda has that document, and I just wanted to make sure that that was a part of, the signage discussion. And also I wanted to just, inquire that there used to be a sign out coming in, I think Highway 3, there used to be a sign, and I was hoping that we can get that one back.
Right, yes, ma'am. It's
Good
in a lot of
hope.
old photos. I remember that one. What happened to it? It's gone? Oh, mercy. One more thing.
That was it. Thank
Okay.
you.
Ms. Yancey?
I'm having a senior moment. It just left you said
I'm
that.
not-
It went somewhere because I have a question about it. Let me see.
Maybe it'll
If I
boomerang.
if I have a question about it, I'll contact you, but
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am.
So one of the most important takeaways, and I don't know that this is a question, but I think it's to be re-emphasized because of some of the concerns of our community, is that we don't know if Request Tracker will survive. There are growing concerns that Request Tracker is not efficient and is not sufficient enough of a tool for us to be able to execute all of the needs of our community. And so to not get into this large, robust discussion
Yes.
about a tool that may not be here in the near and dear future. I just wanted to emphasize, you did say that we are looking at analyzing Request Tracker, and there will be some decisions that you all will recommend to council in the future about that particular tool, not what it does, but the tool itself.
Absolutely. And I will say that we weren't using it to its full capacity. Departments were not using it consistently. And so that has changed. We've had multiple trainings. I've trained with Civic Plus on it personally with IT twice. Then we've done 3 internal staff trainings on the system. And I think a lot of staff just didn't realize how important it was to the people who were putting in tickets. Specifically, some public safety concerns, senior citizens who weren't getting their trash at the curb pickup, right? And they're doing what they think they're supposed to do, and then they don't hear from us, and it's not acceptable. And so we're looking at it. I'm logging in every day. I spot check it. Our departments are doing a lot better job of clearing out those tickets. And I'm not afraid to reach over departments and see if something's been open for several months, why, and ask questions. And so we're doing a better job with the tool that we have. It's fully funded. It is efficient when used properly. And so my promise to the people of Lamarck is I'm going to do the best that I can with the tools that I have. And it could be better, of course, but we're as a staff committed to responding faster and to being better customer service reps. So,
it's just not
and-
very user-friendly.
right, and this is a directive coming from Miss Holly. And so we had one of the big departments this is very specific, but they were taking their tickets and putting them into a work order system and then closing their Request Tracker tickets. That stopped May 27th. So it's not been that long. And so now when you put in a code, ticket, you should get an update in that system. You don't have to call the office to check on it. You don't have to remember any number. You'll be updated. So we are trying as a staff to be better.
Okay.
Let us know how we're doing.
Yeah. I remember.
Okay, hold on to that one. Did you want to?
Yeah, well, just real quick, we still are
Hold on
not
to it.
doing one
Keep
thing
that
that we
memory.
requested, that we used to do when this started, is the council person is not being notified of the item that is of concern to the resident. So we get ambushed by the resident saying, this and this is going on. I know we've both been there.
I
And
think
that's that it started off where we would get an email that, so-and-so in your district has submitted this request.
we can add it back. I looked into that. And so it's a lot of emails, let me tell you.
Well, but
And so I think the request was to see Ms.
I don't
Condon,
want-
yeah. So I think we turned it on for a while. It was overwhelming and then it was requested to turn it off. So if you want, and doing it per district is a limitation of the system. That's a very manual process. Request tracker, this report that I have is the only really reporting tool and it's very manual. And so we would have to have an expert on district boundaries to,
well, that's costing money.
Right.
If you
It's-
simplify it, at least,
sure.
I'm sure just like there must be a general roster, right? Where you've got it by district.
No, it's by address
It's by
or street.
And then it's personal identifying information.
I wouldn't want to see people's address.
Right, and then sometimes,
Public information
And-
anyway, this group. So,
Yeah.
And but that goes
Yeah.
back to it's archaic and now they have new systems.
right,
That if we decide to go with the new system, it does all that for you. That has been
ma'am.
the number one issue with Request Tracker because it's not very user friendly and it's not up to date, in my opinion.
we can try harder to get some more better reporting and I can commit to that. It is somewhat limited, but I am doing the best I can with our tools that are funded.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Chancellor.
What I would love, this department to do is to partner with our area schools and some of our older elders that are in the area to, if we could do a historic Lamarck tour trail. We kind of started that with the Juneteenth trail, remember? That kind of stalled, but I think that would be an amazing project to do for our students to sit down with some of the elders to talk about the historical, areas, and we do have, a lot of people don't know that, but we do. We have markers around town
Mhm.
that a lot of people don't know about because we don't really advertise them and we don't promote a historic Lamarck trail. That's why I'm a proponent of Juneteenth, because there's a lot of things that are connected to Juneteenth that we have in Lamarck, but we don't shout about it the way we should. And I'm gonna mention the name of Joyce Bell is a person that could give us some good information about that. And Maggie Manuel may be able to help us with that as well. And as well as some others, I'm sure. But that would be nice to have maybe partnering with the library and the communications team to do that and then maybe come back to the council within like 90 days and give us an update once school starts back up. But as a teacher, I think that would be amazing. And we did something similar to that back in 2006 at Lamarck Middle School. So,
Okay.
and I believe that it won't be a hard thing to do. Plus it gives our kiddos something to understand why Lamarck is so special.
All your web edits I got an intern. Your web edits are coming, I promise. They're in my folder. I got them,
I
man.
have so much faith
I
in
know.
you. You wouldn't
Uh,
believe.
That's her
I
project.
won't bother you for 6 months.
And I found lots of pictures of historical markers and I pulled them onto my desktop and I'm gonna get her to add those to the website too. So I'm doing my best.
That part.
I could do better though.
Colleen, Joe, did you?
Sir, one last thing.
Okay.
I was reminded, I don't know who reminded me, but don't we have what's it called, that box or something, the
Suggestion
Yeah.
box.
no, not the suggestion.
You're talking about the time capsule?
Time capsule.
Yes, it's in, so there's an idea with that to bring back the fair on the square associated with the time capsule. Now, the dates might not
Coincide.
converge perfectly, But how neat would it be to restart Fair on the Square and open up that time capsule at Fair on the Square? So we're trying real hard. That's why it was on that spreadsheet, but that presentation. But absolutely, yes, ma'am. Even if it's itty bitty tiny, we have it next to the library, we're gonna do something neat.
And the plan is to start another one once that one
Yes.
is open, okay? I just
Absolutely.
wanna Throw
Yes,
that
ma'am.
out there.
Someone called me and told me there's two in Lamarck.
It is.
Yeah, is
and they
it
can't-
JC? Yeah, we can't find it. JC.
There's one over off of Voce where West Lawn used to be,
Uh-huh.
and it's torn down, and so people don't remember the.
Where it is,
Yeah,
right?
so-
And I heard there was one at JC Park too, so I'm on it. I went and walked JC and I like, oh mercy, I
Metal.
get them, yeah, something, but they're concrete,
But
right?
yeah,
I,
that should be fun.
I'll see if I can get with the old timer. Tell me where they're at.
Colleen, thank you.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you for your
That's a
time.
tremendous amount of work, and
Yeah.
we're proud of your
Yes.
work product, and we look forward to
I mean,
bigger and
it's
better
in
things from you.
July.
Okay. Thank you for the time. I appreciate it very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Item 5, citizens' participation limited to 3 minutes. Comments from the public will be heard at this time.
Is this part of it?
We just had 4-2, now we're at item 5.
Oh, so
Yeah.
this one that says text dot was part of your
Part of her
presentation?
Mhm.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Thank you for that, Joe. Item 5, citizens' participation limited to 3 minutes. Comments from the public will be heard at this time. Any person with city-related business who has signed up may speak to council. It will be limited to 3 minutes. If wishing to speak, give the mayor or the presiding officer your full legal name, the address, and the item you wish to speak about. Complies with Texas Open Meetings Act, the city may not deliberate on comments. Press *6 to mute or unmute yourself. If you're participating via telephone, press the mute. If you're participating on the Zoom platform via smartphone, tablet, or computer, there should be a microphone icon at the lower portion of your screen. If you're participating with us in person, there is a podium, a microphone. At the center aisle, there is a new timer on the screen, and perhaps it might be out of your peripheral vision. And so, Ms. Candace, when we get to 30 seconds, just start to wave at them so that they can bring their comments to a close. Perhaps they might not be able to see the timer themselves. This is America, and we are committed to the First Amendment. But this is also Lamarck, and there are 20,000+ members of our community that are requesting that we refrain from vulgar language. We can get our point across without cursing and using vulgar language. That is not a request from this council. That is a request from 20,000 members of this great community. We invite you. We respect you. Perhaps let's move to a place that you can respect 20,000 folks that want to hear you, but don't want to hear language that they deem to be inappropriate. It is a request. The First Amendment still rules, but we are attempting to honor that request. Are there any persons online wishing to speak?
Yes.
Very good. Welcome. Name and address for the record, please.
Hello, Mayor Bell. Thank you. You can call me Mrs. Freebird. It's my Fourth Amendment right to remain anonymous and not provide my address. After witnessing the way Joseph Lowry targets people in your community, both people and their families, I feel that it's within my best interest to do so to avoid being added to his extensive list. I am here to talk about the unlawful 25-foot halo law. On May 8th, 2026, Councilman Lowry was featured on an ex-felon prison podcast where he was quoted stating the following, and I quote, "Cop watchers and stuff like that. I'm not against that. It's a necessity in our society. There are bad cops. I've had my ass handed to me, broken hand, broken nose. I mean, I've been beat up by the cops, pepper sprayed, tased twice at the same time. So I know there is a need for that, end quote. Then on May 11th, just 3 short days after his podcast, he presented the 25-foot halo law to City Council. The question for all of you is, what is the real agenda here? After witnessing all of the incessant and compulsive stalking and harassment, as well as threats of violence by Councilman Lowry toward Harvey Freebird, I think the truth is obvious. His goal is to attempt to use his elected seat on council to target Harvey Freebird's First Amendment right to record police and other officials in the course of their duties. My question is, why the obsession, Councilman Lowry? If in your own history you've experienced police brutality and excessive use of force based off of your own statements, why would you prevent a law-abiding citizen from exercising their First Amendment right to record police professionally, to prevent escalation, to educate citizens as well as police officers on how to properly exercise our First Amendment rights as well as others while dealing with law enforcement? Perhaps if someone like Harvey Freebird had been there to record your past and your history, you wouldn't have been tased twice at the same time. The hypocrisy is evident. Councilman Lowry, your behavior is and continues to be egregious. The unlawful 25-foot halo law is merely a failing attempt to target Harvey Freebird and assist other corrupt officials in our government to slowly chip away at our rights as citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other persons online wishing to speak? Let's circle back the end just in case. Those that are here with us today, welcome. It's an honor to hear you. Mr. Ted Hill. It's good to see you again, Ted. Name and address for the record, please.
I'd like to speak.
Ma'am, do you want to wait? Do you defer? Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Hill. Welcome. Name and address for the record. Is she muted?
Hello, can y'all hear me?
Welcome, Ms. Ruiz. Name and address for the record, please.
Hi, thank you. So I just want to say again, I appreciate the divine alignment of the universe to allow me again to be a vessel to genocide white supremacy. And I appreciate the woman who just spoke about Mr. Lowry and his conduct and his conflicting regurgitations. So the voters are down, right? All of the voting is down because nobody believes in this system anymore. It's so clear how corrupt it is. And Lowry, like our president, is the poster child of white supremacy. He's like the mini Trump, just slipping by all of the criminal activities that he is getting away with. I mean, people like myself who have seen countless people file their lawsuits, come to city council, come and talk about the reaching out to the police because of him and getting absolutely nowhere. It doesn't give me any hope whatsoever. And coming to the same people that are protecting him to do anything about it. So that's why nobody should be voting on people, because Lowry and Trump are perfect examples why no one should be in a position of power. No one, not any one of you, not any one of you should be in any type of position of power. And the track record of having put people in positions of power, whether they be voted on, selected, elected, hired, whatever the case may be, has proven to develop and cultivate a mentality of corruption. And that is what this system is that we are living in. And it's not going to change because it's not meant to be changed. It's only up to us to decide that we're going to do something different. I hear you guys putting so much time and energy in talking about the littlest things, about the smallest things, the things that, it's nice to have some nice things in the city and everything be uniform. All of that's great. But what about the people? What about the way that the people are
Ruiz,
treated in
Ms.
the
Ruiz,
community?
Mr. Ruiz, thank you for that. You are out of time. We appreciate you. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Any other persons online?
Nobody said anything today.
Mr. Hill, you've been patient. Welcome.
Definitely trying to be brief. I have another message for you that I hate this kind of stuff, but I know that it's hard to be in a position of authority because you have so much pressure on you, and that there's a lot of temptation that goes with that. But my one observation how to handle it is to remember who you serve. Okay, it's not just us, but there's authorities over us that are looking down, and I told you before, the books are open and things are being written down that we may or may not be pleased to see revealed. So I have another private message for you, and I hope it's helpful. It might be a little hurtful, but I'm not going to yell and make a big stink. You can consider it at your leisure. And like I say, I want to encourage you to remember your first priority, remember who you serve, and be true to that person. Okay, you are elevated for a reason because there's something in you that is useful and commendable, and I want you to aspire to the absolute best that is within you. Justify the confidence in him who put you where you are. I'm going to pass this out and I'm going to run.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. Loftus. Welcome, Mr. Loftus. Good to see you again. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm here again to show my displeasure to a couple things. One, Mayor Bell, I handed you, well, Ms. Candace gave you a bill that has not been paid for KLMBC. Why we can't pay our bills? Somebody need to explain why we don't pay our bills around here. Okay, that's one. Two, I want to talk about that HALO law. I really think it's a waste of time. I support good police, and police need to be held accountable just like everybody else, just like all of y'all. So I think putting that on our agenda to waste our time sitting here to talk about that could have been, Ms. Yancey, you could have asked Lowry to second you on some of this stuff that we got going on in District 8. Put that on the agenda. Y'all wasting our time with that, right? Go drive down Lake Road. Have you been down there lately? No. Well, if you have, then you should have had that on the agenda and not this HALO law, right? Drive down every street. Look at the grass real high. Look at those signs that they stick out there and the grass is higher than the sign, right? Look at those stop signs and all those signs that's out there leaning around, twisted. Put that on the agenda. Find something productive that we pay for to put on the agenda. Do that, okay? What else I got here? This fence down here at Bayou Road, it got put up and it's somewhat illegal. And at the last ordinance meeting, I had the displeasure of hearing one of the staff members tell me and everybody else that happened to be here that they didn't have time to do anything about it. And they pass this up every day. It's on the main thoroughfare. And you tell me, a citizen, that you ain't got time to take care of it. Where we do that at? That's what our paid staff think about, the job that they getting paid to do, huh? We do that? You ain't got time to do it? That's a problem. And I see a lot of that. I see a lot of, I ain't got time to do it. Because when you're riding around and you see these signs twisted, leaning, and they pass it up and it don't get fixed, that's telling me you ain't got time to do it, right? We need to clean house. And I'm gonna just be honest, some of y'all need to go. Just straight up like that. The voters come next elections need to make some changes around here, right? Because I'm sick of what's going on. I'm fed up with it. So I hope that enlighten y'all on a few things. I'll be back next time.
Thank you, Mr. Loftus. Mr. Richard, is it Foray?
Yeah.
Welcome, Mr. Richard. Name and address for the record, please.
Okay, I've been a resident for Lamarck for 21 years. I have to, it's hard for me to say this, but lately people tell me, where am I from? I say north of Galveston. I don't mention Lamarck anywhere. It's getting embarrassing to live here. I drive around the city, potholes everywhere. There's there's abandoned equipment in lots. And the property value of our homes have plummeted. This is what brought me here. A while back, Mr. Bell, you made a statement. I don't know how long ago it was. The gist of it was, we're raising our taxes because in Galveston County, we have the lowest appraisal. Do you remember saying that?
I never said that.
It was on a video on the social media. You said our appraisals are lower than anywhere else in Galveston County. That is a problem. That is the root cause of all our problems. If our property values are going up, there would be never a reason for us to raise taxes. So what we need to find out is why and what are we doing. I have neighbors that's been living there 5-10 years that are selling their house because they want to get out of Lamarck for lower than what they paid for it 10 years ago. And that's with improvements. This is a problem. What are we going to do about it? What is the plan to do that? I'm glad the highway is going to look good because the people leaving are going to have a beautiful road to travel down.
Mm.
So how do we get our property values back up? Is there a plan? Look at the inner city. The highway is going to be beautiful, but our city is in disrepair everywhere. We have bad roads. The gentleman that spoke before me, you know, I can't say any more than he said, but he's correct. Somebody needs to go or they need to do something different. Another thing, I know the audit has been brought up many times. Well, my wife and I like ID channel. You know how you tell somebody's guilty? When they don't want anything shown. They want no lie detector, no records open. The ones that are innocent, sure, look at everything we got. That would make the citizens of Lamarck, like me, more trusting of y'all. That's all I got.
Thank you, Mr. Forney. If we were sitting here looking at you, during citizens' requests, we can't respond to you. But we do hear you. Mr. Robert Harvey. Welcome, Mr. Robert. Name and address for the record.
No address. First of all, I want to talk about this HALO law. And first of all, if there was a HALO law, I would have never been able to bust that fake ICE agent that I busted because I wouldn't have been able to get close enough to tell that he was impersonating an ICE agent. What I do is very important. Lowry tried to pass this last year and failed. He claimed there was a video of auditors shining flashlights in paramedics' eyes while they were trying to save people who overdosed. I called you out on that lie. I offered a $1,000 reward to anybody who could produce that video. It's been over a year. Nobody's produced that video. I have still not seen it. Texas Penal Code 38.15 already makes it illegal to interfere with police. That law covers this issue and it doesn't depend on distance. If you're interfering, you're breaking the law. Police can put up crime scene tape if they need people to be 25 feet away. The Fifth Circuit's already ruled that we have the right to record video and audio of police in public. Turner versus Driver. This HALO law directly interferes with the court's ruling and state law. There's no cities I'm aware of that have ever tried to pass this law. Arizona, Indiana, and Louisiana have passed HALO laws that have been struck down by the federal courts as unconstitutional. One federal judge was quoted saying this law could get a peaceful pedestrian arrested because the cop had a bad breakfast. Florida has a 25-foot HALO law, and we have already had video of police officers abusing that law. Chuck Bronson was standing 50 foot away. He was aggressively accosted by cops who counted out 21 paces, 21 yards, and said he was too close. Anyone with a brain knows that 21 yards equals 63 foot. So we can't even depend on these cops to be smart enough to know what 25 foot is. Chuck's charges have been dismissed. A lawsuit is being filed. Councilman Lowry continues to try to stop me from practicing my First Amendment rights. This HALO law is just his latest attempt. He's threatened me, stalked me, shown up where I'm working, wanted to fight, played copyrighted music while I'm recording, held tutorials online teaching people to report my channel. He's gone to business passing out flyers trying to get me trespassed. He wants anti-First Amendment decorum rules. He's failed at all of these. He's also covered up my political signs. All of this is a violation and retaliation of my rights. This HALO law is just his latest attempt to silence me.
30 seconds.
Shut your face, punk ass.
Gentlemen, it's time,
If
time,
this
stop,
city
time,
passes this
time,
ordinance,
Harvey.
that's
Harvey,
disrupting a
Mr. Harvey.
I don't know what you say in 30
Mr.
seconds.
Harvey, calm down. I'm gonna give you your time. Let's calm down.
30 seconds.
Mr. Lowry, work with us.
Why isn't he arrested? That's a crime. What he
Mr.
did.
Harvey, I did not ask you to speak, sir. Let me preside. Let me preside. I have not given you the floor yet. Let me preside.
This is the third time.
Mr. Harvey, so now I am presiding and I am asking you
Okay.
to stop
Yes.
and I will let you reclaim your time. Okay?
Yeah.
Mr. Lowry, let us proceed so that we can get done. Thank you, sir. Mr. Harvey,
Yep.
did you stop the time in time, Miss? Okay. All right.
All right.
Mr. Harvey, go ahead. Thank you.
It's the third meeting in a row he's done that. If this city passes this ordinance, I will immediately go out and record police closer than 25 foot. And this city will be in litigation so fast it'll make your head spin. I've already discussed it with 4 lawyers. Go right ahead. So I still got 15 seconds. Lowry, you're a punk bitch for interrupting me.
Mr. Harvey,
Fighting words.
Mr. Harvey, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Harvey.
See you
Thank
later.
you, Mr. Harvey. Thank you.
Shouldn't interrupt my time.
Mr. Harvey, thank you. Thank you for that. Mr. Harvey, we are going to have order in this room immediately. Immediately. It is your First Amendment right to speak. It is our pleasure to hear. We've asked kindly as 20,000 residents that we respect those 20,000 residents. One person should not be able to incite us to disrespect 20,000 people. Does not matter if it's Mr. Lowry or anybody. We are not going to continue in this way. We want to hear everything that those participating in citizens' request for hearing have to say, but we want to hear without the vulgarity. You don't have to do that, but we are asking you as a community to do that. Regardless of what one of us does to incite or not to incite, 20,000 of us prefer to hear you in an appropriate way so that we can actually understand. Thank you, Mr. Harvey, for your participation. Mr. Lowry, thank you for stepping back. Now we can proceed.
You can look at my prepared speech with no cuss words in it.
Yeah.
So he did what he did.
I understand. I understand. And I understand that, Mr. Harvey. And more importantly, as we increase this idea, we are respecting now 20,000 people, not Mayor Bell, not Councilman Lowry, not Councilwoman Griffin. 20,000 folks are wanting to hear what we have to say, but they want to be respected, right? All right. Thank you. Yes, sir. Mr. Brandon Kentowski. Good to see you again, Brandon. Name and address for the record.
Brandon Kentowski. I live on Oak Lawn. I've lived in Lamarque since 1992. Moved here from second grade on. I grew up here. So everything that I'm going through is, and while I'm here, is y'all know I have a problem with my neighbor. I have a problem with the city. I just got back from working out of town. I saw illegal and dangerous, hazardous construction going on next door to my house. I called to report it. Nothing happened. My neighbors found out I called to report it. They started harassing me. I started calling the police on them. Next thing you know, they came up and started defaming me, saying I was selling drugs. I was harassing their grandchildren, filed a peace bond against me. I've been telling y'all this for a year. I'm trying to get the records. Y'all don't want to give me the records to prove all this. So we can keep on going through litigation and find out where it goes in front of a judge. If y'all want the taxpayers to pay all this money, because I have 700 gigabytes worth of data. I've recorded police, the chief, everybody talking and not doing nothing about it. And I'm sick of it. And now I got to go fight through litigation? I don't know what I'm doing in litigation. If I don't file the proper procedure right, y'all are going to win and make me pay your court cost? The dude hadn't even looked at the records. You just told me that on last Monday. You ain't even looked at the records, but you're denying that the city's withholding them. It's terrible, man. I told you I don't trust you. I don't trust none of this city, man. Just like Loftus said, the fence is illegal. It's in the front yard. She is a certified urban planner, states that that is not a front yard fence. In every city you have worked at, the definition is almost the same. They have pictures of what a front yard is if you need to look at it. And now you're up here during the committee. It was funny how I called Loftus just to ask him a question. He said, hey, man, there's a committee meeting tonight. Oh, yeah, let me come to it. They're trying to change the definition of a city committee, of the definition of what a front yard is, and try to say this and that and the other. They didn't even have the definition pulled up in front of them to really define it, to see if it was readable and understandable. That's crazy. That's crazy. I walked out of that meeting. I mean, I just can't deal with the idiocracy that I see going on. Where does the front yard start? At the edge of the house or at the porch? It says right there in the definition where it starts. Pull up the definition, you're going to find it. But all this useless lighting a sign at a park that's closed at dark, that's retarded. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Kentowski.
I hope y'all do something about this soon, too.
Thank you, Mr. Kentowski. Ms. Carla Brown. Welcome, Ms. Carla. It's good to see you again. Name and address for the record. Ms. Kantowski. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council people.
Welcome.
I'd like to come because I'd like to give Chief Merriman a big round of applause. I've had some issues. I live in District B. I'm in the Ambrose subdivision. So I live in District B, and there have been some issues with illegal dumping. Chief Merriman has answered my phone calls immediately, got back with me immediately, and taken care of every issue that I've asked him to take care of in regards to the illegal dumping that's being done or had been done on Delaney Road, as well as across the street from the Coastal Community Credit Union, which is also District B. And also, I'd like to say, I also asked him to take care of an issue that was over here in the empty parking lot by the liquor store off of Highway 3. You had a camper out there and you had people that were living there. No water, no lights, none of that. The lady would come in and would ask the little lady that runs the liquor store for water. So of course she was scared. Chief Merriman took care of that situation as well. So I'd just like to say thank you. He did an awesome job. His staff is wonderful, and I just appreciate it. That's
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Robert Mishtich. Welcome, Robert. Name and address for the record, please. Good to see you again.
Robert Mitchdish, 24 North Curlew, and Councilman Lowry, if you want to keep my time, I appreciate it. I won't be cussing y'all. How about those state runoff elections? Pretty exciting, but looks like we're going to have an attorney general where this city is in his backyard. And well aware as a state rep and a state senator, everything that's been happening here. And elections do have consequences, and they can reach all the way across the state. One thing I want to talk about was updates. We still haven't heard anything from your city manager as far as the GLO and the updates of the investigation, you know, nothing formal to the public. I'd still like to hear that. And I'd like an update on our wastewater treatment plant. I've been out there several times, and you know, it's real funny. I see there's a lot of construction to be done on those new chambers that I had, and I see one guy carrying a 20-foot stalk like he's walking on a tightrope to set it. Now, I don't know what's going on with this contractor, but it looks like they're just dragging their feet. And the next thing you know, they're going to be asking for more money. And out of those grants, they were going to bid out another 8 lift stations. So what's happening with that? All that money looks like it's going to get vaporized. Rule of business, inspect what you expect. And I don't see that. I don't see it anywhere, really. But I'd like that. I'm also going to turn in an open records request for where we get all of our giveaways and everything and handouts. Come to light, there's a new charity organization under the mayor's name, and it happens to be registered to a home that you own that is actually also under foreclosure procedure. You know, and I'm wondering, my open records request will be looking to who did we buy all these things for, or where did we get them? How did we acquire them? Because I certainly hope they didn't come in there, because that charity lists exactly those things, like hurricane preparedness kits. And that would be a gross violation of ethics. Anyway, I've got 15 seconds left. I'll give it back to you. Thank you. Remember those consequences.
Thank you, Robert.
Next you.
Ms. Sade Williams. Welcome, Ms. Sade. Good to see you again. Name and address for the record, please.
Good evening. Sade Williams, Lamarck, Texas. I'm disappointed. This message is for a councilman. I'm not going to say his name. Here recently, I was lied on. My name was slandered by fake profiles on Facebook. This is no laughing matter to me. I do not joke about things. I'm a resident of Lamarck, and being attacked by a councilman and slandered is not okay, and it's unacceptable, and it's unprofessional. I would hope that we can come to an agreement and respect one another, but there's also avenues where we can take it legally. I'm open to that as well, but I'm also a person who forgives, because that's a part of being an adult and being professional. You still have to work with people. I also would like to remind you that it is Mental Health Awareness Month for men. So if you are not okay, that's okay. Please get help. I would also appreciate all the fathers for May as well. I know it's hard being a father and a man sometimes and what we have going on. That's really all I have, just to remain professional. You're held at a high position, and so I ask that you do so for legal purposes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Anybody? All right. Hello.
Hello, this is for me.
Welcome. Name and address to the record, please.
My name's Kyle McNamara. I'm going to also plead the Fourth Amendment as far as my address and location. I would just like to make a point of saying that I think that the bulk majority of the people that are sitting up there in their fancy desks and their nice chairs probably have to do a lot of soul searching. It's embarrassing. The mayor has been talking about 20,000 people want you to not say this. Show me 20,000 people that want people to not speak the way they want to speak. You can say it all day long. That's fine. But is it true? And then you have, again, same mayor talked about, we'll throw up a hand at 30 seconds to let people know where they are at speaking. But when Mr. Freebird wanted to speak, I know Councilman Lowry was real quick to be vocal about his 30 seconds to speak. Accountability is everything. You are elected officials. It is shameful that you handle your business this way. Halo laws are completely ridiculous. Councilman Lowry is a liar. I don't believe for 1 second that he's had anything where he needed a Halo law or anything to protect him, or he's had no issues with the police. It's just embarrassing. Like, I sit back and I listen to this, and it's shameful. It truly is. I mean, like, again, focus on the things that matter. When you have people that are elected officials worried about things that aren't even constitutional and making sure that they happen, as opposed to taking care of the city, taking care of the area proper, it's sad. And again, I don't have a whole lot to say. It's just that there's no way that all of you guys will be sitting up there on the next election cycle, and you shouldn't be. You should be ashamed of yourselves. That's it. That's all I got.
Thank you, Mr. McNamara. Anyone else? As always, we thank each and every person who has participated here tonight. We certainly take every item under consideration, and we will do our best to resolve those issues that we are able to resolve. Once again, thank you for participating in our government tonight. Item 6, public hearing. Conduct a public hearing to hear public input on, and Ms. Candace, I think that I will take, it's only one. 6-1 ordinance number letter O 2026-0010, amending the city of Lamarck's prescribed sewer rates. We will close our regular meeting at 7:40. We will we will open our public hearing at 7:40. Are there any persons online wishing to speak to item 6.1? Any persons online wishing to speak to item 6.1? Let's move to those that are here in person. Any person before us that seeks to speak to item 6.1? Again, one more time, any person who is here with us tonight that wishes to speak to item 6.1. Hearing none, we will close our public hearing at 7:41. We will reopen our regular meeting at 7:41, and we'll move to item 7, old business. Items presented to council for discussion and possible action. 7.1, ordinance number letter O-2026-0010, amending the City of Lamarck's prescribed sewer rates. This is the second and final reading. I will entertain a motion.
Move to approve, sir.
There's a second.
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Item 8, new business. Items presented to the council for discussion and possible action. 8.1, ordinance number letter O-2026-0011, granting a pipeline permit under Chapter 50 of the City of Lamarck Code of Ordinance to Marque West Energy, West Texas Gas Company, LLC, for the installation of a 16-inch ethane pipeline within the corporate limits of the city, making various findings and providing for an effective date. This is the first reading. I will entertain a motion.
I'll move to approve.
Move to approve. There a second? Sounds like discussion. Do we need a refresh?
Yes, sir.
Very good. Who will refresh? Would that be you, Ms. Holly?
Josh?
So this is the first reading for the pipeline. It's a 16-inch ethane pipeline. Comes in a very small amount of Lamarck down by Highway 3 on the west side. And Attico was not able to be here tonight, but they should be here for the second reading for any more in-depth questions you have about it. But it's a short easement that's on city right away.
When
you have a question?
Yes, sir. When you say Highway 3, and then you said west side, where exactly are we talking about?
In the agenda packet, there's some maps, but it's
see them.
very far south. Do y'all have the maps?
No, we didn't see that. No maps in here.
It's online.
I'm looking at it right now. Is this the project?
It's around page 50 of the 650 something pages. Around the 50th page are the maps.
So actually, it's between Texas City and Lamarck.
This is part of it is in Texas City. We're just looking at our part.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the challenge, and this has come up with some of the meetings of the, each county has its local, they're called local, I used to attend the ones in Brazoria County. I can't think of them right now. But they work with the emergency managers and to locate and identify every one of the pipelines. And then the legislature changed the law maybe about 2 or 3 years ago. They said that you could limit the amount of information for security reasons. I just want us to make sure that you said this is methane. What did you say? What was
Ethane.
Ethane is a very dangerous gas. Right?
It's an odorless gas, very flammable. It's the second largest part by volume in natural gas, behind methane.
So this connection then is connecting to an existing line.
Yes.
That's not shown here.
It's connecting to another line.
That's in the city of Lamarck already, right?
It's coming into Lamarck for a valve,
Okay.
for a valve to read.
Yeah. Because I'm just looking at this, so
Because it only goes a short ways into Lamarck.
oh, it's just a valve then, it's basically a dead end there?
I'm not 100% sure. It was reviewed by Attico, our city engineer.
All right, we're gonna have a second reading on this.
Yes.
And they'll be here. So I think that's my issue is I'm not seeing the whole layout here.
Most of the pipelines in Texas City, it just comes that little bit into Lamarck.
And guess, correct me if I'm not mistaken, but then this also extends into the Texas City Railway area?
Yeah.
Okay. I got a lot of questions without it.
Any further questions? Is this the pipeline that we talked about that would be it wouldn't be in the same area as the existing pipelines? They would have.
No, sir, this is new.
This is new.
So the other one has already been approved by council. That permit has been issued. And that was one that came through unused right of way. This is a new permit for a new pipeline that only comes in a short distance into our community.
What easement would it be going in? Would it create an entirely new easement?
I believe this is new.
This
Yes, sir.
creates a new easement, yes.
Well, so, if I may,
Yes, sir.
the, you all, I believe this is on private property, but you all's,
It's not asking for an easement from the city.
yeah.
Correct?
That's correct.
Right.
And sorry, I was pulling up the exact section. 50.7 of you all's ordinances require the pipeline permit be issued by the council. This is just a permit. Normally, this would be issued administratively, but you all's pipeline ordinance chose to have it come to council. So it's before you all for that reason. So.
Very good. Any further discussion on the first reading? On the first reading? Let's vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you, Mr. Josh. Yeah, 8.2, Galveston County Animal Services Agreement, authorizing an interlocal agreement, the Galveston County Health District for animal services. I will entertain a motion.
I have a question.
You have a question? Let's discuss.
Does the budget for this or anything ever change? Is this just an agreement that we automatically sign? Do we have recommendations?
This initially came up because Mr. Osteen let us know that we needed to let the council know what the amount was going to be for this upcoming budget year. When we reached out to the Galveston County, we found out that we did not have an existing agreement for the year that we're in. So right now, it's just to approve the agreement for this year, and then we will be coming back for the financial understanding of what we'll be doing next year. And Mr. Osteen, it is going up a little bit, isn't it?
We have about $2,000.
Okay.
Ms. Holly, however, we had provided the funding in our
Correct.
budget.
It's in our budget.
It's in our budget.
But what he was alerting us to is we needed to
Not updated
get
the-
ready for the next budget, but in doing that, we found out that we did not have a current
Okay.
interlocal agreement, so that's what you're seeing today.
Thank you.
Make a motion.
Make that motion to approve?
Yes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, let's call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 8.3, a SMARSH agreement. Authorizing an agreement between the city of Lamarck and SMARSH for call and text recording and storage. Welcome.
Thank y'all for
Mr.
having me.
Ferguson.
So this relates to all of the new phones that everybody has. T-Mobile, who uses a subcontractor called Movius. That contractor will not remove the "this call is being recorded" prompt that triggers every time you make a phone call. That is causing issues with our PD, buyer investigation services. So we asked repeatedly for them to find a way to do that. They would not. So we went out and sourced other options. This is the option we are recommending. It is the cheapest. It's actually cheaper than we are currently paying for the Movius service. So it will record all calls, all texts, and it will not have that same prompt at the beginning of calls, and saves the city about $2,000 a year.
Very good. You have a question? Go ahead, Joe.
The service is still with T-Mobile?
Yeah, the actual phone service itself is with T-Mobile. This is just the recording piece.
And this has nothing to do like with FirstNet?
No.
No, not at all.
No.
Are we still using anyway FirstNet?
Not in our standard phones.
Not in
They,
the
some of
standard.
the radio calls are recorded through that, but not no phone. We're trying to singular.
By the way, so I'm sorry, I should say to council. FirstNet is a first responder priority call network where in the event that we have, and perhaps Chief Smith or others on it, we have it available through Red Cross. And
Yes.
you prioritize the service that you receive. If phone service is out, your service is maintained.
That
So-
we have a in the T-Mobile contract, the actual phone piece, not the recorded piece, which is what this is about. There are two additional levels beyond standard phone. One is a standard public service channel that they are on permanently. So everybody in our public safety is on that channel permanently. They get a higher slot than anybody else making calls on T-Mobile. In addition to that, there's then an even higher tier for emergencies. We also have commitments of mobile towers that would come out in case anything went down, all through the T-Mobile contract we have.
So once again, the reason for this SMASH agreement is simply to get rid of a voice message that says this call is being recorded.
So we are required by law to record all calls and texts, right?
Yeah.
So we have to do that. The option that T-Mobile, their subcontractor that they use, does not requires that message because they believe that since anybody can call you from anywhere, and some states are two-party states, that they
You
want
have
to
be
keep that,
notified.
right? That is not Texas's law. So, and it causes issues when we think about calling CIs or any kind of investigational type stuff, or just naturally calling the police. It unnerves people to hear that. So that was the request that we had received. We went and looked for the options, and this is the best option that we have found. And again, saves the city money as well at the same time.
Well, it makes me nervous when I call you and I get that message.
People hang up. It's great.
Are you done, Joe?
I like it because when residents call, I hear it. I'm like, oh, yeah.
To be, all calls are still going to be recorded.
Yeah.
It's just not going to prompt them. Yeah.
Just that message. I moved to approve.
Move
That's
to approve.
great up a
Second.
whole lot when I hear it.
Is that a second?
Second.
Any further discussion?
Yeah, so by law, we are required to record all phone calls and text messages.
Yes, this
And
as
how
the
long has
city.
that been in effect?
Years, I believe.
That's correct. So when somebody puts in an open record request requesting that information, it's there, or we're in violation of state law, correct?
That would be my understanding.
All right, thank you.
Did you want Gus to answer that?
Gus?
That's way too hypothetical. I don't know.
If somebody asks for an open record from an elected official or a city manager's cell phone and they say that it doesn't exist, then we are in violation of state law, yes or no?
Again, that's way too hypothetical. And that's not this agenda item.
No.
Yeah.
It was a question because the question is about recording phone calls and text messages.
Gus doesn't want to answer.
Miss Candace, I saw you shaking your head. Did you have something to add to that?
Well, it depends on the parameters that they're asking for.
Well, if an elected official asks for it, they should be privy to anything.
Yes, but there's parameters about it, so you want clarification on dates, the time frame, etc.
Yeah, if
So
it's all
a
provided.
record may not exist within the parameters that it was asked for.
I got you. Were you good?
Yeah.
All right. I think we'll add a vote, ladies and gentlemen. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you, Mr. Ferguson. 8-4, award of ARPA bid number 2466. compact track loader, awarding a contract to King Ranch Ag and Turf for the purchase of one compact track loader with standard bucket in the amount of $103,103.60, utilizing the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA funding, Public Works. Welcome, Mr. Bro. How are you?
I'm good. How about yourself?
Pretty good, pretty good.
Hi, Shannon.
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
That's good. You look hot. We may need to turn that down a little bit.
You got me flashing over here.
Stop flirting.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if we don't have any questions for Shannon, I think he's here to answer questions. Did you have a question?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, go ahead.
I've homed in on this one. It's the first time I've ever seen, Shannon, on an equipment purchase, actual language that talks about a warranty.
Yes, sir.
So I want to say thank you, because that's something I've always harped on, that we buy stuff and break
Yeah.
it down and suddenly we have a bill to deal with.
Yes, sir.
On that side. So having said that, what is the warranty?
On this specific piece of equipment, let me pull it up real fast because I don't remember it off the top of my head.
And I only ask this because I wanted, for the record, if in case this thing breaks down, that we have some institutional history, that we should go utilize the warranty for repairs.
Yes, sir. And if you give me just 1 second, I can pull it up. I just I don't have the information just laying off the top of my head. So with this specific thing, the warranty shall cover 100% parts and labor for the unit when we're turning it. I think, let me see, this is the preventive maintenance shall be performed every 250 hours throughout the extent of the maintenance period, which is 2 years.
2 years.
Yes, sir.
Outstanding. That's all. Thank you.
Yeah.
Very good.
Move it.
Any further questions for Mr. Bro? If not, I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 8-5. Award of ARPA bid number 2485 for boom mounted mower, awarding a contract to King Ranch Ag and Turf for the purchase of one boom mounted mower in the amount of $163,978.77, utilizing American Rescue Plan Act funding, ARPA funding, Public Works. Before you do that, Shannon, it just occurred to me because I hear Ms. Griffin in my ear.
Asking questions.
Would you, in layman's terms, on a sixth grade level, explain to us what a compact track loader is, and then we'll move back into the boom mounted motor?
Yes, sir. It's like a skid steer, a smaller, compact, so a smaller piece of equipment that has it's on tracks, so it's easier to get into the ditches and like wet grounds without getting stuck, unlike wheels. It's used to also, we utilize it to help clean out ditches, also and debris pickup. It's not like our grade all, so it could be operated by, I would say they would have to be trained, of course, but anyone would be able to operate it easily. So we wouldn't always have to be waiting for a grade all to be available when it comes to debris pickup.
Okay, debris pickup?
Yes,
And
sir.
What else would?
It helps
be?
Maintain the ditches where
Maintain
we
the-
can get down in there and help. There's different types of attachments that you could also purchase down the road for this. Includes the little the ditch winch, which is it's a little almost shovel that you can hook up into it driving down. Also, you could get a grappler eventually that you could hook up on it that also helps with debris pickup. There's all sorts of different attachments. We can get a brush, like a kind of a brush cutter that you can go and cut a bunch of brushes with it that you can hook up to it. So right now we're just getting the regular the loader on it that you would see like in a backhoe, but the front end of it is just a lot smaller. And then that we could look into prices on the rest of it down there when we were able to fund it.
Thank you for that. Now, would you do the same thing? Now we're back at 8-5.
Yes, sir.
What is, for folks who may not know, What is a boom mounted mower?
You're looking at a tractor with a kind of just a giant arm that has a giant mower on the other end of it that helps us get into the ditches and just hard to reach areas that our normal equipment can't get into.
Slope. Okay,
Yes, sir.
gotcha, gotcha.
And Mayor, we have operators for both of these already trained?
That's correct. Our boom mounted mower, we've had those before, and we have operators that know how to use them. And in our compact loader, we'll be able to train. We're purchasing one. I mean, they've used our other pieces of equipment that we have, so they'll be able to be trained on it.
So, any further questions? If not, Ms. Candace, are we at a motion yet? I don't think we have a motion. I'll entertain that motion to approve.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 8-6, ARPA Citywide Solar Lighting Improvements Project, approving the final closeout package for the ARPA Citywide Solar Lighting Improvements Project, including final change order, certificates of completion, substantial completion documentation, and maintenance bond, Public Works. Did you want to refresh us really quickly, Shannon?
Yes, sir. This project was one that I kind of jumped into last year. It was already in motion. It's an installation of those solar lights that we see throughout different areas of the city. In total of, I think 30. There may have been 30 to 32 lights that we installed. This project is now complete. Those lights have been installed. So this is just a final, recognizing the completion of the project.
Very good. I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Go ahead, Joe.
Are these also the ones that were out at the Man Park?
That's correct. A few of them, not every light, but the ones that we did put around the
Boat ramp.
yes.
The boat, yeah.
Well, that's Mahan. Mahan was not included in this project. That was included in the boat ramp project.
Okay.
I was thinking of Highland Bayou.
Okay.
So we have a couple that we did put at Highland Bayou. Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 8-7, Opportunity Zone 2.0. Considering participation in the Opportunity Zone 2.0 program. This is brought to us by the Economic Development Corporation. Mr. Getty, are you here for this item? We just need a 30-second refresh to make sure that we're all on the same page. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So just briefly, the 30-second recap, there was a original plan that was part of the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act that will sunset December 31st of 2028. The new program, the 2.0 program, is a little bit revamped and rolled out, and it's more of a permanent program that'll be reissued on a 10-year basis. So the city of Lamarque has 2 census tracts that are eligible. The EDC board approved moving forward with applying. So the state has asked that EDOs kind of take the lead on this. And so I'm just making sure that council is on board with submitting our 2 sites before we do that.
Any questions for Mr. Getty?
Can you remind me where the 2 sites are?
Yes,
Or
ma'am.
the tracks?
Yes, ma'am. They're on the east side. They're track 7230 and 7228, I believe. One is predominantly the Renaissance District area.
Okay.
And one is a little bit to the north and west that goes along the border of I-45 and then goes easterly from there.
Okay.
And so there's geographically, they're relatively small, but they meet the criteria. And just
Okay.
because council says move forward does not mean they're going to be included in the program. We're just basically putting our hand up
Yeah.
and saying, yes, Governor, please include our 2 tracks, because they can only nominate 25% of the eligible tracks in Texas.
Gotcha.
So are these are the same tracks that we've had before?
2 of the 3. 7229 no longer qualifies for this program.
And tell me why doesn't it qualify anymore?
Don't know. I mean, I didn't make that decision. So I look at the 1.0 map.
Right.
There was 3. I look at the 2.0 map and there's 2.
Two.
Yes, ma'am. But
Where was
why
the-
that was decided, I don't know.
Where was that location at? I'm sorry.
It was right next to the other 2.
Okay.
Right.
All right. Oh, okay. I see the numbers.
So if you can explain real fast for us, and 10 seconds or 15 seconds, the opportunity zone and why they are important.
Okay, so the whole idea is to bring in investor funds in census tracts that are undeveloped or need to be redeveloped that have maybe a lower moderate income status. And so you're trying to get new dollars infused. And so the whole program has to do with capital gains taxes. So this is a vehicle to defer capital gains. And if you hold the asset for 10 years or more, you can defer all of your new capital gains. So it can be any type of, it could be a sold stock, it could be real estate, it could be other, as long as there's a capital gain due, you can roll it in this program. But it's a little more complicated than just that. You've got to establish a qualified opportunity fund and other things and all of that. But yes, it is a good program. And hopefully it'll help some projects that are kind of close to penciling. This might help get it over the top.
So did we have any investors to use it under this last time?
I think, no, not that I'm aware of. There could have been. But again, because if you recall, when that was rolled out, the rules were changing constantly. It's a brand new concept. And then with the time limitations of the sunset, it was very difficult to get in early enough to actually take the full benefit of the program. I think that's why this revamp kind of addresses some of those challenges.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Quick question, Alex. And the submission is going to be by EDC with the support of the county judge? Or is this with the Bay Area?
So what the EDC board chose to do was for us to do that independently. The due date is the 26th of June. I believe the county is going to be, BAHEP on behalf of the county is going to submit for those tracts that fall outside of city jurisdictions or municipalities. So
That's
look,
where-
yes, sir. So we're going to do it independently unless council gives me other direction. The benefit, I think, of us doing it independently is I can submit them early. My goal is to submit them by next Monday, the 15th. And that way I can get it to my contacts at the governor's office and say, hey, is this complete? Is there anything funky about this? So hopefully if there's a need for revision, I'll have time to do that versus waiting for it to be submitted later when I don't have any feedback. I may not get feedback, but at least we have that opportunity for that.
Any further questions? Go ahead.
I just have one question. What can we do to help? What can the council do? What can this community do to help investors to know that we have that?
Well, let's get it first.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
I
And
mean, after
then,
we get it.
yes, ma'am. And then we'll promote it.
Okay. I know we tried in the beginning. A lot of people didn't understand.
We did.
I just want to make sure that we really push it this time and really, because I think when people don't understand things, they freeze, they froze, they don't do anything. So, but it's a really good tool to help even our local investors that live here to do something like that.
It's a good program. I think this program will be better because of the permanency of it. Because what happened with the confusion of the first program, it still might have made sense for folks to do a 1031 exchange to kind of capture some of those same benefits without the long-term hold.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further questions? I think we are at entertaining a motion.
So move.
The second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Alex.
Thank you, council.
8.8, ethics policy. Considering an opportunity to revise and update the city's ethics policy. This is being brought to us by the administration. And I assume that is you, Mrs. Holly?
Yes, ma'am, or yes, sir, it is. I was requested to look at augmenting what we currently have, and what we currently have is in your package. And we got some examples from various communities around Texas. And the one that I thought you might want to be, or might be interested in, is City of Jordanton, Texas, at the top. And that allows for if there is a violation of the ethics policy upon an affirmative vote of 2/3 of the council to initiate a judicial removal process. It would have to go to a district judge to do that. And then also to impose civil fines of $500 for violations. And if this is something that you want the administration to look at, then we can start an ordinance revision process for this.
Okay. Let's see if we have any questions about the ethics ordinance as a whole, and also the information that you've just provided for us. So we'll open this up to council. Does council have any questions about
Yes,
the
sir.
ethics policy or the information that Ms. Holly's provided for us tonight? Do you have questions, Mr. Lowry?
Yeah, so the original, and I know where this is going, the original ethics ordinance was created as a weapon. It's utilized against people that maybe council doesn't like. And I'll give you a prime example. The censors that you guys did on me, where you guys created an ethics ordinance, didn't even follow the very ethics ordinance that you created. Gus knows about it. Gus doesn't respond to it. Gus just ignores it. So what's going to happen is if you have a council where maybe one guy's a watchdog and, you know, for the people, maybe the others are not, or maybe they're doing nefarious stuff. Maybe the people that are doing nefarious stuff have a controlling vote, and then they could attack somebody that's the watchdog for the community. So dangerous territory. There needs to be more research on it. And then also I definitely want representation if we set up a committee. But like I said, the very ethics ordinance you guys created, you didn't follow the very policies, the ordinance that you created, that you guys created when you censored me. You guys didn't follow it. And nothing's been done to remedy that. So it'll be used as a weapon. That's the intentions. And I think it's going to open up the city to litigation big time if you try and go down that road as well.
You done, Ms. Love?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Any other persons?
I'm leaning forward. I am the one that asked Ms. Holly to revise this as the newest members of council. Understand all of this, but I took the same oath that everybody else took, and I have been placed in situations that I did not want to be placed in, and I don't want to be put in that situation again. And so I think it's pointless to censor anybody without some type of penalty. It's just a waste of time. I don't expect to be ugly to anybody on council. I expect to follow the oath that I took when I raised my right hand. And I don't want to be put in situations where I have to intervene to people who are going at each other or try to calm a situation down and have to deal with the responses to that. I don't want to deal with it. And we should not have to. We should be able to get along and do the city's business. Has nothing to do with First Amendment rights. It's what we raised our right hand to. That's my time, and I like the city of Jordan. That's mine.
Jordantown, Jordantown.
Or however you pronounce it.
Anyone else, Ms. Yancey?
Yeah, the part where it says, Ms. Holly, the city of Jordantown, Texas, or the city council may impose on a city official who violates any provision of the code of ethics a fine not exceeding $500. I think that that's reasonable. And I think if we combine that with the city of Denton, at the bottom where it says where there's an ethics review committee that can do a letter of notification, maybe do both of those, and include the community in something like that. I know our charter says that we are the judge of our council, right? But I think because of the political climate of our nation and what is happening, I do think we need to protect a level of decorum and professionalism in our city business. So thank you for providing this, and thank you for Councilman Griffin for putting this on the agenda. I think it's necessary.
Anyone else? Mayor Pro Tem? Go ahead.
The ordinance or the ethics, is this a marked up version? Or is this is our original one?
This is this is what is currently.
Yeah, this is the current.
Right.
I'm
Yes, sir.
reading it, I'm saying, I remember some of this I drafted. This is the current one.
What is included with your agenda packet is the current one.
Is the current one, all right. And so then really, it's just this little sheet here with these items.
Right.
Okay.
Correct.
All right, so that's number one. Number two, the city of Jordanton, Texas. And
It's outside of San Antonio. I had to look it up.
Right. I haven't seen them at an ETML meeting, so I'm not familiar with them. I guess here's my question is that, or my observation. You can have ordinances like this, a city. The question is, are they enforceable? That's the question that comes up for me. I would like to know if the city of Jordanton has ever taken action to enforce. Is there precedent? We are, it's so financially strapped that we don't need to spend any more money on legal, these sort of things.
We need to act right.
Well, I don't
Okay.
disagree with you, right? I don't disagree with you.
Okay.
In that sense, with regard to, but acting right is a different standard for different people.
I understand
We have to
that.
Understand that, right?
Okay, just don't
Different
put me in
standards.
that position.
And I'll finish my comment. Yeah, having said that, so that's if we look at this is, I'd like to take more time to pull up and look at these items. I do like the Denton, I said it, an ethics review committee, because sometimes we're so involved in whatever the issue and having
A third or somebody
party
else.
involved in this would sometimes help with regard to that. And
Yeah.
I did see that. So all I ask is that perhaps we table it and give us time to take a look at the sites that you have here.
There's no action tonight. It was simply to bring it forward to you for consideration if you want us to move forward with something.
Okay, thank you.
I would definitely want us to move.
Mr. Lowry.
And like I said last time, when this ethics ordinance was abused, we have a Texas Ethics Commission. We have an ethics commission. It's the state. So it's already there. So this being created, like what Gus did by allowing it to be weaponized against me, that's exactly what could be done to not to be, if you guys lose controlling votes, we could weaponize it against Mayor Bell, or we could weaponize it against you. I mean, we could, it could be used as a weapon very easily.
I don't intend for that to happen.
But it could be.
I'm just saying.
That's what happened with the last one. When I was censored, it was done against the very.
I'm not arguing anybody's issues. I just felt like this needed to be brought back because I've been put in at least 4 situations, at least 4.
Well, if it's a citizen or whatever.
I'm just saying, this is council related. It has nothing to do with citizens.
Then there's a Texas Ethics Commission.
Well, we all took an oath.
We can have one person talk, please.
Yeah.
Their comment.
You're recognized, Mr. Lowry. Go ahead.
There is a standard for this. It's called the Texas Ethics Commission. That's who handles these type of complaints. What is going to be done here, again, and Gus would approve it and allow it like he did before, is he would allow it to be a weapon. He did it. So to say that it wouldn't happen, it already has happened. So for us to allow it, it would be pretty deceiving and dark thing to do to elected officials. And like I said, if things changed up here, they could do it to you. But we already have a Texas Ethics Commission, so, and I think that needs to be the standard. And if there's complaints or concerns, it goes to them.
Yeah, let me, I think perhaps there might be some commentary on this side, so.
I'm done.
You're done?
Mm-hmm.
Let me say this, as a point of clarification. The Texas Ethics Commission deals very little with municipalities. And you have to pull teeth to get them to respond to any municipal complaints. And usually they only respond to campaign finance report issues. And so that's the challenge with that. I think that the idea for us is to find a way to move the people's business forward, for us to focus on making decisions that are going to directly benefit the people of Lamarck, and to remain focused on that moving forward. Mr. Lowry, you have said, and I understand where you're coming from. I do. I understand your perception on what you've experienced, and that's valid for you. I get that. I don't discount that. I'm sorry that you feel that way, and I'm sorry that you were hurt in that way. But I don't know that it is all of our perspectives that an ethics ordinance was weaponized against you. People have different experiences. Yours is valid. Mr. Compion's valid. The ladies' experiences are valid. We all are looking at the same experience from different perspectives, and we respect all of them here. I don't know that it is Gus's experience that he, in his training with his license, allowed for, in his experience or perspective, anyone to weaponize any ordinance against any other person. Although you being injured and feeling injured is still valid. I don't know that that was.
I can speak to that.
Would you speak to that, Gus?
Can. So council, I guess a year and a half ago, about adopted an ethics ordinance because council was concerned about, and y'all can read it. It's about council's interaction with each other, council's interactions with the public, council's interactions with staff. It was the council's attempt to put onto paper what the expectations were. But the censures that occurred, the complaints that were received, council can still put, two council members can put something on an agenda, and then council can decide to take a vote whether they want to express displeasure with something that occurred. That is council's right. Council did that. I understand people don't like the result of that, but council has that right to take that vote, and they did. You all did. Now, Councilwoman Griffin has requested some changes about what she wanted, about her experience with it and the relationship and how that works. The city manager has proposed some differences. One thing I would posit to you all is you all have retained a new law firm to do things for you all that has no experience with any of you five. If you, for good and for bad, you know, and you all, and there have been complaints about what I've done with this ordinance and what I have not done. Well, I would posit to you all, with that new law firm, you have some starting points. Get with them. Ask them, what would you propose? Here are our concerns. Here is what our experience for the past 16 months, 18 months has been. What do you all think? It's a blank slate with them. I mean, I've been here for 5 years, so you know, there's some, so you know, I would say you went through the whole RFQ process. Take advantage of it. Would be my suggestion.
Mr. Lowry, you want to say something?
So he's not telling the whole truth. So yes, two people can put things on the agenda. Yes, you can vote. But what he's not telling you or is not repeating was the fact that it was an ethics complaint using the ethics ordinance where they, and I don't care if they censor me. You guys, yeah, I actually, if you remember, I actually voted to censor myself to help you guys out a couple times. So it does nothing. The fact is there's a procedure, there's a process, and you guys didn't follow that process and you still censored me. And I brought that up to him and it was just completely ignored. So and then he comes and wants to kind of swoop around it a little bit. Well, there's a process. You got, no, there was a process. It was called the ethics ordinance, and that's what you guys used against me. So he's shady. He's a shady lawyer. That's what he does. He's using word salad is what it is. But anyhow,
Are you done, Mr. Lowry?
I'm done. Yes, sir.
And so as I press toward the point, I think the idea is that we need to focus on the people's business as best we can. Whether or not there is an ethics ordinance in place, we need to focus on trying to solve the people's problems. And if we can focus on that piece of it, collectively, we can get a lot done. The reason that an ethics ordinance comes into play is when we veer off of that path. And the people have said to us through the electoral process, they've said to us through citizens' request for hearing, they've said to us in various other venues and through various other platforms that they are concerned about streets and drainage, and they are concerned about fresh water, wastewater treatment plants, policing, fire protection, and a whole host of other issues, including, and probably the most important issue, fiscal accountability, transparency, and responsibility. Those are the items. And I would suggest that those are the items that we focus on. Let me say this again, Mr. Lowry, you have valid experiences from your perspective, and I respect that. That's how you felt that you were treated, and that's valid. I get it. All of council has different perspective on the same issues, and those positions are valid as well. What I will say about this ordinance as we move on is I think that Joe Compion makes a point that we should make sure that when we bring these recommendations back, that Gus, or more importantly to Gus's point, the Borges, right? Did I say it right? Borges? The Borges law firm looks at these recommendations from the city manager's office and decides how they would be enforced, and that they would decide whether or not they would recommend them be added. And even if there is a recommendation, it does not mean that we have to vote them into this ordinance, right? This is simply a preliminary discussion that attempts to move us again toward focusing on the people's business. And so without objection, and I'm saying this to you, Mr. Lowry, and then I'm going to ask everyone, without objection, would you like for the Borges law firm to look at the ethics ordinance and the recommendations from the city manager's office to bring us back their recommendation?
Personally, I think it's a waste of taxpayers' money, and I do agree with you that the Texas Ethics Commission is they don't, they can have a lot of teeth, but they don't. They're very selective on what they enforce. So I agree with that. But however, that is still the go-to for issues. And I think that you guys, we're a broke city. I tell you what, if you did this to me, we'd be in court in a heartbeat. We'd be in court in a heartbeat. And I think a lot of it does boil down to First Amendment. People don't like what I say and how I say it and where I say it. And that's not going to change. And that's what a lot of it was before the censors, was because of what I said where I said it, who I said it about. And I'm an elected official. I'm also a citizen. I have the same rights as people sitting out there.
Okay.
And if you don't like how I say something, it's still have that opportunity and right.
Yes, sir.
But I think it's a waste of the taxpayers' money. I would recommend somebody to refer to the Texas Ethics Commission.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Compound, are you comfortable with the Borges firm looking these things over and reporting back to us with recommendations? We're not voting. We're just trying to get a final thought so that we can give direction.
Well, I'm always open to new ideas, right?
Yeah.
So I don't have any problems with it. I think we need to put a cap on perhaps the financial time that we spend on that, right?
Absolutely. Ms. Yancey?
Oh, no, I think you captured it. My constituents basically have said the same thing, that it's time for us to focus on the city and not be so easily distracted. And with our newest person on council, who basically looks like you just asked for more teeth in the matter, right? To make sure that we were elected not to insult one another. We were elected to do a job for the people. We were elected by the people to take care of the city. And so I think we have to make sure that we protect the city and protect these honored seats where people elect you to be their voice. And they expect a certain level of professionalism. And, as this council changes and as people grow, and I'll be quite honest, one of the best professors that I've ever had at the University of Texas is Professor Alan Sager, who is a professor who is oftentimes, he's a professor at UT and UT Law School, as our laws are changing because people change. And some of the things that I have called Professor Sager to ask him about how do we protect our cities? How do we stay focused? And it's a question that a lot of people's in Texas and the South are considering, but I think that we have to listen to our listen to our constituency when they say that we need to behave better.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Griffin, you okay? Final thought?
Gave it already.
Gus, do we need to move for the Borges law firm to look at our ethics ordinance?
Yeah, especially if, as the Mayor Pro Tem mentioned about wanting to put a cap on it, I would say just make that motion with a not to exceed amount.
And let's also, in that motion, I don't know, Ms. Candace, if we have to imply it, but let's, I want it to be a part of that motion that the Borges law firm visits with every council member to hear their concerns about the ethics ordinance. And so that we all can have an opportunity to visit with them, so that they can become educated on what we believe and how we feel this ordinance affects us. Does he need to say everything I said, or is that implied? All right, Joe, you make a motion.
All right, yeah, certainly. I'd like to move at this time that we forward on this particular topic on any updates, revisions, any innovations associated with ethics policies by any city to the Borges law firm. And in that, we also provide them an initial cap in terms of expenses. Reasonably, I'm going to say $15,000 is what I'm going to say. Is that, you think that's excessive, Gus?
Yeah.
I'm just going from my past experience with my firms. So that's how many hours? Well, let's put it this way. Let's do by number of hours, because we have an agreement on the hourly rate already, correct?
Ain't no different than.
I believe, is there a signed agreement on the hourly rate?
Yeah, it included a signed agreement.
Yes.
So I would suggest that we put it initially at the visiting with council, no more than 15 hours initially.
Okay.
15 hours on the, and including the visit one-on-one with council members.
That's well below the 15 grand.
That's what I was thinking.
That's well below 15 grand.
Yeah.
$1,000.
15 hours is well below 15 grand.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. Let's make that clear. 15. I got you, Joe.
Okay.
Is there a second? Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Thank you, sir. We are at item 8-9, Halo laws. Considering establishing Halo laws regarding public interference with first responders. This is brought to us by District C and District A. Mr. Lowry, do you want to lead this one off?
First of all, I want to thank you, Ms. Yancy, for putting this on the agenda with me. And I guess we could let Gus go ahead because I know he's prepared to go against this. So if we can go ahead and let Gus go first and then I'll follow up.
This is your item. I mean, this is council's item. I'm here to answer questions, but this
So you don't oppose it?
This is not my item, and I will respond to council's questions to me.
Okay. So it's ironic. I said a little bit ago, a lot of times these frauditors or auditors, you know, they think people don't have, or elected officials or even law enforcement or first responders don't have the same constitutional rights that they do. This buffer zone, not a Halo law, and they have been upheld. They're still being allowed in Florida. Boils down to one thing: safety. Our officers, our first responders, they deserve safety. When a person's overdosing on narcotics, they don't need some YouTuber trying to make a nickel while someone's dying on a gurney. They don't need that. There needs to be something to protect not just them, but the patient. I'll give you another example. As disgusting as it is, there was an incident recently in Galveston where a juvenile was kidnapped. And this very sick individual making a couple bucks off of YouTube was attacking the family of the juvenile victim that was kidnapped and sexually assaulted. There needs to be some type of buffer zone to protect families, victims, first responders, most importantly, first responders. And Gus said he wanted the data last time we had this. I'll give you the data. The number one cause of death in law enforcement is traffic stops. Traffic stops. When you have some YouTuber that wants to go harass the cops, and I don't care, you can record them, just do it at a distance. But when you got these guys walking up, interfering, creating a safety hazard, a danger, they're doing it not just to the officer that they don't like, because a lot of the times, if you research these people, a lot of them are just convicts. They're people that have, from the research that I've done, oftentimes multi-felons, drug charges, pill heads, drug addicts, and they got a bone to pick with the cops. And they're willing to put their safety at risk, law enforcement safety, first responder safety, as well as the public safety at risk. But to protect our first responders, that's our duty. That's our job up here. It's a public safety issue. When you have someone walking up and during a traffic stop and interfering with the traffic stop. Somebody said earlier, oh, they could put up a safety tape. The officer shouldn't have to look over his shoulder when his directive is to monitor what's going on inside this vehicle. Or if it's a firefighter trying to set up a perimeter for a house fire, or if it's a medic, Maribel, if it's a medic or a firefighter doing their job, they shouldn't have to worry about, you know, some guy trying to make a nickel off of YouTube getting in their way. It's to protect the medical patient. Reduce escalation. That's another thing. You know, just recently, there's a local nut YouTube guy, and he starts interacting with the people in the traffic stop, telling them, oh, don't do this, don't do that, to do things to agitate the officer. The officer, they're already going to be agitated if they get pulled over. You're going to be scared, perhaps, you know, maybe nervous, I don't know. But now you're escalating the situation you're creating a safety risk for the officer and for the parties in the vehicle. It's not good. It's not good. It is our duty to protect the safety of the citizens and the people that work for us. And it's ironic, these YouTubers, they go around and they act like they don't, that public servants don't have the same constitutional rights that they do. It's crazy to me. By doing a buffer zone, it's demonstrating that the community supports our first responders. It's demonstrating that we support our first responders. Some of the stuff that lady said, Freeberg's wife that was on there earlier, you know, those were real events. Those things did happen to me. And there is a need for people that do it and do it appropriately. There is a need for that. I have 100% confidence in all of our officers here in Lamar and our firefighters as well. But I think, and I don't think just here, I think our entire county, our entire state needs a buffer zone to protect them from the vile individuals, not the good ones, but the vile ones that are putting those people at risk. It's a disgusting thing, and we should be protecting the people that are protecting us. And it's not about violating anybody's civil rights. I'm a supporter of the First Amendment. I've actually got federal lawsuits against the city of Lamar currently for First Amendment right violations. So it has nothing to do with violating civil rights. It's about creating a safe zone for our first responders, whether they're dealing with a medical patient or, you know, give you another example, that victim, that juvenile victim down there, you know, law enforcement's trying to question this guy in the back of a car, and you have this psychotic YouTuber holding his camera up over the heads of the law enforcement to try to get into what's being said and stuff. I think that's, you know, if people don't know that the recording's going on, I think there could have been potential criminal charges there, but it's about safety. It's about safety. And of all the people up here, given my background and the things that you know were said that have happened to me and stuff before, for me to support it, I think that says a lot. I think that says a lot. And it's about safety to me. And I want to take care of our firefighter, Mr. Merriman back there and his team, and Chad and his officers back there. Every one of them matters. And it matters more to me that they're safe than someone causing a potential risk. But the data, if you want to know, because that's what you asked for last time, when you get your concealed carry license, they teach you 21 feet. You keep people 21 feet away from you. So when you have a nut job with a camera trying to make $1 by harassing the cops during a traffic stop, it's an issue. It's an issue. But so the data is 21 feet. That's the data. And also the data is the #1 killer of law enforcement is traffic stops. So we have an opportunity. I didn't research whether cities did it, but yes, states have done it. And we could lead the way. I do believe down the pipeline here in the very near future, next legislative session, there is going to be similar HALO laws in the state of Texas. It's coming. And probably because of local nut jobs that we have around here. But we have a responsibility to protect them. And I think we need to do that.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Anyone else want to weigh in or respond to this issue?
No, I've done my research on this, since our last meeting, and we had an entire month to look at it. My constituents are not asking for a HALO law at the moment. While I do believe it's important that we protect our first responders, our police. I'm a proud graduate of the Marque Academy and the FBI Academy, and a government major, and government is all about keeping order. While but my constituency they're not really concerned so much with that. What we are concerned with, I think there has to be a balance. We have to protect the First Amendment right, because like you said, you were talking about a matter of 4 feet, 21 feet versus 25. I haven't heard from our officers. They have not talked to us about that as well. But I think it may be something we can visit at a later time. But I don't think it's an issue right now. It sounds more personal than a community issue. And until I hear from from our community in a more substantial way, I think this is something that we don't need to deal with at this moment. But I would definitely like to hear more from our officers and our community on the matter.
Thank you, ma'am. Do you want to respond?
Yeah, and I'm okay with that if we could table this maybe for a few weeks, because I was supposed to have some guest speakers come up. I was gonna have a thumb drive presented, and basically what it teaches is reactive and how the response time of the officers having to react, because they're in a position to react instead of acting. And what I wanted to do, and I talked to Ms. Barber about this, is I wanted to use one of the local frauditors, some of his own content, to show how dangerous it could be for law enforcement and first responders. And then I want to get some of those clips in there, and I want to get some of the guest speakers to come in from the union to speak about the importance of it. And law enforcement, I think, I don't know if theirs is, and maybe Merriman knows if it's 25 foot to keep an attacker away, or to keep people away, your safety zone, or 21 foot or 25 foot. But I would be okay, because I wasn't able to get all that together. I've been working a lot. I've been actually I was working since 10 o'clock last night. So,
I think Mr. Chief Merriman says 20, did you say 21 feet, Chief? I just wanted to say it so that the people can hear it. Okay. Okay. Yeah, just trying to get that on the microphone so folks that are watching at home can hear that as well. Did you want to?
Mayor, just to be clear, let's not confuse concealed carry
Right.
with Halo.
Yeah.
Right.
I want to make that clear, folks.
Yes, those are two very, very different things.
Different.
well,
And no one is, I think, trying to say that people can't go within 25 feet of a police officer or you've committed a crime. I don't think that's what this council's trying to say, nor do I think that's what the officers would say.
No, yeah, I just want to make that point.
it was just used as a distance, as a safe zone. And that's what they use. That's what they teach in concealed carry, was 21 feet. And the Halo laws that are currently in effect are 25 feet. And the ones that are under appeal, and the ones that have been appealed and gone up to the Supreme Court stuff, the reason, if you look at those, they were vague. That's why they got shot down. They were vague. And if you look at the Florida law that's still upheld, it's not vague. They have very specific things that they have to do and have to say in order to be able to arrest the person that's interfering with law enforcement or first responders. So,
And I would just, as I said last time, it is a crime in the state of Texas to interfere with the police. Period.
They get handcuffed, then we'll get in the.
You do. And you know, the Court of Criminal Appeals, which is the highest criminal appeals court in the state of Texas, has said while interfering, you can't interfere by speech. If you are directing people to do something, that is not speech. That is something more. And that can be interference.
Ms. Yancey, I would like to table this if we could for maybe 30 to 60 days, so I can get that thumb drive, get it put together. And I would like to get some experts down and maybe some more, maybe we can get some, I will get it from outside agencies as well.
I'm not going to second that. I'm not going to second it because I would like to talk to our officers.
If you, I think, so you're not, he didn't make a motion.
Oh, okay. I
Yeah.
just said he wanted to take.
I think perhaps he might have been communicating that to you because you seconded to get on the agenda. We're at motion time. Did you, Ms. Tanya? I'm sorry.
To your knowledge, no municipalities have done this, but states have. And so why are we not waiting for the state if it's an issue, I don't know if it's just relegated to Lamarck, but I know that this is an issue across America with auditors. And so I think you said what, like 4 or 5 states have tried to implement it and have been unsuccessful. It's been challenged.
I think it was about 13 states that have, and still, New York was the last one and it's still upheld as far as I remember. But I didn't, there wasn't data on municipalities.
Okay.
Just states, but, and my thoughts on that is why not be the leader? I'm going to promote it. I'm going to talk to other elected officials throughout the county, and I'm gonna use the data, the stuff that I compile on the thumb drive and stuff, and I'm gonna use the professionals and that come in and speak if council will allow that. And but you know, my thoughts are let's be the leader.
Is there a flip side to that?
The only flip side, you know, people want to spin it as it's a First Amendment right.
No, I don't mean it that way. There could be another reason for somebody other than an auditor to be on scene.
The news media.
You got family and friends as well. So that law would apply to them?
There'd be a buffer zone, correct?
Okay, no. Okay.
So, Mr. Lowry, you have 3 choices. You can move for approval, you can move for a table, or you can not make a motion and without objection, ask council for permission to bring it back in a few months.
Yeah, I'd like to table it.
Like table. You want to make a motion to table? Is there a second on that table?
Make a motion to table.
Thank you, sir. Is there a second on that table?
Oh, I'm
One
sorry.
more time. Is there a second on that table? Mr. Lowry, your motion to table dies for lack of a second. Would you like, without objection, to bring this back at a later date?
Yeah, maybe 60 days, 30
Okay.
days.
Okay. Is there an objection for Mr. Lowry to bring this back? At that point, you would need a second.
Yeah,
To
I'll
bring
have
it, to
everything
put it
ready
back
for
on the
that.
agenda? Okay.
Yeah.
Is there, without objection?
No objection.
No objection? Ms. Lowry, you have your 60 days. And just remember, when you put it on the agenda, you'll need a second to get it back. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Item 8:10, boards, committees, and commission processes. Establishing a policy for boards, committees, and commissions, recommendations to be provided to council. It's brought to us by administration. Is that you, Ms. Holland?
Yes, sir, it is. What I've seen in my time here is that there was no routine process to take any of the recommending bodies other than the Planning Commission, which has statutory deadlines, forward to the council. And the decisions that are being requested by the recommending bodies need to come to the council for your action. So what I'm suggesting is that they will all now go to the next available city council meeting, and that doesn't mean the next meeting, it means the next available. You've got 2 boards, Board of Adjustment and the Building and Standards Commission, that are what they call boards of final authority. Any appeal to that doesn't come to the council, it goes to a district court. But outside of that, every other board and commission that you have, those decisions rightly vest with the council. They should not vest with a department. They should come here for your concurrence. And so that's what I've spoken with the liaisons, and I wanted to let you know that that's what we're going to be doing. Particularly, I saw on the Parks Board where they would make motions and they just died and nothing ever happened. And that's got to be extremely frustrating. So we're going to put a stop to that.
Very good. Any questions about Ms. Holly's comments or proposed policy?
I don't necessarily have any opposition to this because me and Ms. Holly have been talking about this for a minute. So is there anything that's going to be coming back to council for us to look at, or you're just telling us that you're going to now be bringing the agendas?
Then that's actually the way that the local government code anticipates that it happened, and I'm not sure how the rails fell off, but We're putting the rails back on. These will be coming back to the council for your action after a recommending body makes a decision or makes a vote.
I'd like to make some additions to her recommendation. Um, Annually, staff would request that we provide a calendar and a list of things that we wanted done. And those never made it out. And so I would like for the boards to continue to do that, provide the annual calendar so we'll know the things that they're planning to do. And also give us their proposed budget ideas for those to be also brought back to a council. And I know that minutes was an issue, Ms. Holly.
Yes, ma'am.
And I have been going back through the boards and commissions just to get an idea what they do, because I wasn't familiar with it. And like, I think you said building and standards, so not that one. So like the cemetery board and KLMB and the parks board, those are the three ideally that I'm speaking about, because those are the ones that have been making recommendations that have been dying. And so I've actually seen some of the recommendations for like the cemetery board, and it goes along with our request to get a historic committee started. So I want to bring that recommendation from the cemetery board to council. But if they're gonna be giving us the agendas, I don't know how far back, I mean, the minutes, how far back do we need to just go and look and see what they provided as council and pick out the ones? And then moving forward, we can start with the.
Yep.
Yes, I think that was, and also Ms. Holly, I was signed up to get board notifications, and I don't know if something changed, but none of the board members are getting the notifications. So if that's something that we can just instruct them to do,
Yes.
I don't know if that's something that's automatic.
It needs to be.
There has also been concerns about staff and IT issues at some of the board meetings, some similar to what's been happening on council. And sometimes there's not help for them.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Not an IT person. Okay.
Well, and the IT person may need some help. Okay.
Gotcha.
And also there was discussion about issues with attendance, and I know that we said to solve that we would do alternates, and I don't know if that's still an option. Okay. Residents have been asking about the youth council. I have my suspicions, but I'm not sure. And I don't know if we don't have the bandwidth to get that up and going, or why.
They
we
didn't
have-
make quorum, and I think that's where it dropped, is they just didn't make quorum.
So maybe we need to add some alternates to them
Yes,
as
ma'am.
well.
Yes, ma'am.
I think those were all of my recommendations.
Okay. Anyone else for item 810? So it sounds like, Ms. Holly, you would bring us back because those were a lot of additions. Will you bring back to us next meeting a comprehensive policy for us to be able to act upon?
Yes, sir.
Will that work for you, Ms. Griffin?
Yes.
Very good. Council, without objection, Ms. Holly will do her homework and due diligence and bring us back an actionable item for this agenda item. Let's move now to item 811, interim city clerk, to deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, assignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee. This would be the interim city clerk. Mrs. Holly she named our interim clerk, and I believe she is seeking affirmation, validation. There's another word that I'm looking for.
approval.
Ratification. Look at you, went to Texas A&M, where they use words like ratification.
And that's whose folder this is.
Thank you for that, Gus. Ms. Holly, did you want to introduce our new interim?
Candace Garrett is certified, and do you want to do a brief introduction? But she has, because she knows what she's doing, she's been able to jump in and help us tremendously. And she's also going to help us make a permanent when we find that, and then the permanent will also be brought back to you because she is interim like I am.
Very good. Ms. Candace?
I come to you with Texas First Group, and I'm doing interim work. I have about 15 years municipal government experience, 5 years as a city secretary. Before that, I was about 3 years secretary in the planning and zoning department, and I've been a Main Street manager for 2 years. So,
Well, welcome, Ms. Candace.
thank you.
We invite you into our city and we expect wonderful things from you. Absolutely. Council, did we have any questions about this interim appointment?
Welcome. Is it still the same thing like with your contract? She can't be hired permanently? Okay.
For the 6 months?
No, this actually we're hoping quicker, that we're actively interviewing, but we're just not getting good candidates yet. So
I understand.
Council, I think we have to ratify this appointment by Ms. Holly. And so I will entertain, there it is. There's a motion on the floor by Ms. Griffin that we ratify Ms. Holly's selection of Mrs. Candace Garrett as our interim city manager. Is there a second?
Clerk.
do you want her to be the city manager?
Wait a minute.
Clerk.
I've
Let me-
already seconded.
Let's start over. That would have been wow, wouldn't it?
That'd be interesting.
All right, let's see if we can do this again. Ms. Holly has made an initial appointment of Mrs. Candace Garrett to serve as our interim city clerk. That appointment is ratified by council. I will entertain a motion
So moved.
to ratify Mrs. Candace Garrett as the interim city clerk. There it is. Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, let's move to a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Welcome once again, Ms. Garrett. We're now at item 9, City Manager's Report. Submitted report to update council and community on standard operations of the city. This report can be acknowledged as a whole or discussed at the pleasure of council. Council, there are 7 items. I will go through them. If you want to pull any of them, please just make me aware. Item 9.1, April Municipal Court Monthly Stats. 9.2, Finance Report,
Yes.
Mr. Compion. 9.3, City Clerk's Report. 9.4, Code Enforcement,
For that.
Ms. Yancey. 9.5, Public Works Report,
Yes.
Ms. Griffin. 9.6, Utility Billing Report. And then we will always entertain Mrs. Holly's items for the good of the order. Let's go back to item 9.2. The finance report was pulled by Mr. Compion. Mr. Compion, I'm going to step out for 2 minutes if you don't mind.
No problem.
Welcome, Worth.
Worth, my
Yes.
question on the finance report is, observation. It keeps to a repetition of what is to come, but we're never seeing now. We don't see profit loss statements. We don't see, there's nothing here. It's just basically, we're gonna go live on June 23rd. Here, it's saying that, but we still going for the 3rd year that this city has not received any sort of monthly, profit loss report in that is usually, it's required actually, that most cities receive on a regular basis. And so my question to you is this going live on June 23rd, are you also saying that that's intended to replace a monthly financial report?
So no, what's going live on the 23rd is the budget to actuals report that we demonstrated an example of, and the full expense report, right? That you will use in conjunction with the check register, and you'll be able to see exactly where we're spending all of the money, right? Vendors, how much, when, frequency, all of those types of things, right? That's what's going live on the 23rd. And that will be available not as a monthly report, but just
Available.
That's
anytime.
available.
Yeah.
In live time.
In whatever time you want to go look at it. If you want to look at it at 3 a.m., it'll be ready. It'll be there at 3 a.m. The other reports that are part of the required reporting that we had talked about when we talked about the Finance Committee's recommendation and the reporting in that, we are building those. I do not want to bring reports that are not accurate. As we are cleaning the data, as the audit just finished, all of those journal entries and everything to fix all of that is still being entered, going through review. Once all those are done, we will be able to then have that baseline set and be able to move forward.
Mayor Pro Tem, are you asking for it to be included in the packet rather than going online to see it?
No,
He wants a what he's referring to as profit and loss, but in the government world, it's just expense to revenue.
Okay.
Actually your monthly balance sheet, basically.
Yeah, balance sheet's different. Balance sheet is assets to liabilities.
That's part of the
revenue and
P&L
expense are
and
different, but yeah.
There's two things. I'll send you samples if you need them, but I think I've sent them to you before too. But what in your world, Ms. Holly, you also see in reporting from your finance every
Yes.
month, your council receives a report, and I love the online side, but basically that's for 3 years we've not had that.
So they want it actually included in the packet if we could do that.
Okay. Do you want me to present that even if the data is still not 100% perfect?
Yes.
I'm happy to do that. I just
You know, what I think what we've all learned as a learning experience, as Councilmember Yancey likes to say in terms of her, as a learning experience, it's best that we have what we have.
Yeah.
And let's see, and let's then develop our questions and review. But more importantly, I think that it would, we hear it. Let's not hide anything. This is regular order of business. That's what I'm looking for, regular order of business. And in a city operation, you get a monthly finance report.
Yes, sir.
Right, and I ditto that with him because everyone's talking about, there's an anti-government feel. And this is great as far as paragraph wise, but there's nothing about numbers. And so if that will resolve that, if what's online, just to kind of let us know. And I know you've been real busy, but it's been too long that we haven't seen some numbers where we can see it, what was spent for the month. If we went over, because we don't want to go back to the other August where we're totally shocked, right? That we spent over in public safety. So that's, if someone asked me a question now, what department has overspent their budget? I couldn't answer that. And as a councilwoman, I think I need to be able to answer that question.
Yeah, that is part of the thing that's coming on the 23rd.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Compound is referring to different
monthly.
different reports than
Because what does our charter say, Gus, about what we have to be provided, what the council has?
Monthly financials, yeah.
Monthly
There's a whole
financials.
list of things.
Could we put that on the agenda? I'll try to get a second so that we can kind of, that's my second, about the monthly financial and what our charter says.
Okay.
No action, just a discussion so that people know what we're supposed to have. And
Yes,
we can
ma'am.
put that in the record. Thank you.
Yeah, what is the Cherry Becker Advisory Holdco for $102,876.39 ACH?
That was the entity that the board approved to come in and do the reconciliation for last year.
So that's different than the Angelina Beatty?
Yes.
And does she still work for us?
No.
So how many people do we have total working in finance with subcontractors?
So right now there are no subcontractors in finance. That was a one-time contract that has already expired and ended with Cherry Becker. It was solely to do the reconciliation for the prior year. There is a accounts payable staff person There is a accountant one. There is me. And then I have an administrative assistant. And then we are receiving part-time help from someone who is splitting between Public Works and us.
So
And that's
five.
everything in finance right now.
5 people.
4.5, but my admin assistant doesn't do finance. She's
Okay.
helps keep track of all the different things I've got going on and runs our fleet.
So it's 3.5,
3.5.
3.5.
We do have open positions and are trying to fill those.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Worth, as a parting shot, I thought I heard you say to Mr. Compion that you are concerned that the reporting that you might provide might not be accurate because it might not be the real-time, most recent estimates or the most recent information.
So yeah, so there's several things. As we made aware, there's when the audits are done and everything, there's all those journal entries that have to fix everything, right? We are still finalizing those, getting those in from both Cherry Beckert and the audit. That solidifies our end of year balance from last year, right? To make sure everything in our system ties to the actual completed audit. That is in the final stages of being completed, should be done very soon. Once that happens, then we go through and we add in all the stuff that happened this year. We are still aware of certain issues that are there and just have not been able to either figure out how to fix them or had the ability to fix them yet. So the data itself is not going to be 100% correct yet.
So would a good and appropriate way to communicate that be some sort of a disclaimer on the information that would share that, because of whatever those issues might be, this information might not be in real time as accurate as
Sure, and I'm happy to do that. When we did the massive data dump early on and we gave all that data, we included that on that data because we knew that was not entirely.
I would say that would be appropriate because it achieves a Mayor Pro Tem purpose of getting regular updates, but it also reminds people that financial situations are happening in real time. And so today it might be $1, tomorrow it might be 75 cents, but we have to report what we have today. And so I think a disclaimer like that would remind people that finances are always fluid. And so that would help with their understanding of what we're looking at.
Sure, we can do that, and we'll have we'll make sure to have as many of the reports as I can get built available.
Yes, sir.
At the next meeting.
Thank you for that, Worth. You look like you had a long day, my friend.
It's been a long day, yes.
How is that bandwidth doing?
Never enough.
Okay, I need to get you some energy then, whatever I can do.
I'll be better tomorrow.
Okay.
All right, Worth. It's our prayer that you go home and get some rest.
Please.
That is what I would like to do. Yes.
We're praying for you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. 9-4 code enforcement. That would be Ms. Yancey. Is that you, Mr. Joshua? All right, sir. Ms. Yancey.
So as you heard in the public comments with Commissioner Rashard Loftus when it comes to code enforcement, I know there's people are not very happy right now with our code enforcement. Tell me what are some of the changes or upgrades that you're going to bring to that department?
Well, we've already done some structural changes, whereas before each officer reported in, there were several hands in the process. Now each officer is responsible for the full stack from beginning to end of their cases in their region, including liens and court appearances. So it's putting more accountability on each officer for their district. We also changed the districts recently, rotated them because you get bored, I think, in an area after a while. You need something new to seem new again. with the fence that was complained about, that fence is being dealt with. It was put out without a permit. And fences don't require a permit, but they also can't be contradictory to the zoning code. So this one was a full privacy fence across the front, and it is being enforced.
Okay.
That one, not the one, because there's two fences that were being talked about tonight, but this one that Richard was talking about is being enforced. They're gonna have to take it down. They're gonna take it down and move it and make it where it will comply. There's a lot of work to do in Lamarque. So we're hiring right now a planner and an inspector to bring all of that back in-house from third parties. And once that comes in, that will free up more of my time for code enforcement. But there's a lot of plates spinning right now. And I do have time for code enforcement. I think we were misquoted saying we didn't have time for the fence because we are dealing with that fence. But the main changes are making each officer fully responsible for the case where there's no handoffs and back and forth.
Yeah, I'm not really seeing the improvement. Could we get an improvement plan, a 60-day improvement plan for code enforcement? So that we can see, because part of being a leader is being able to withstand critiques.
Mm-hmm.
And, I drive down Lake Road every day, so I know what he's talking about. But I also know some of the shortages that we're dealing with, and particularly with your department, there was a lot going on prior to your coming. And so I know you got to get acclimated to that whole system, but we definitely need a system in place because it's not going to get better without some form of system, right? Especially for District A, which is, my residents are very proud about their district. And when it comes to cleanliness, they're very proud. And that has a lot to do with our public safety issue. But I'm looking at your report, and I want to make sure that I go by your data too. So I'll be comparing and contrasting the different reports to see. Because to what Robert Mishik said, you inspect, right? In order to improve what I think he said, inspect the expectation.
You inspect what you expect.
Right. So this is a weak point for us right now in the city. It's all kind of goes up and down. We get real strong and then, we tighten, that kind of gets loose again, you got to tighten back up. And we're in we call him the community deacon because that's his forte, is making sure the District A looks well on historic District A. And so it takes great, some of our residents take great pride, right, to do that. And I want you to know where that's coming from is because of that. And we've done a lot of good work, and we just got to tighten up on that. So if you could provide that for me.
So what would success look like in 60 days?
You know what? That's a question. That's what they pay you for.
I'll help
Is there any direction or
I'll help
guidance?
you.
Yeah.
I'll help.
Yeah, I would say, the response time needs to be
Yeah,
defined.
tightened up.
Yeah, I think that's the most important thing. The response time from a complaint to that complaint being resolved. If it's not resolved, a clear understanding of where we are in that process, right? If there are letters that need to be issued and all of the things that you
Right.
know about your job that we perhaps do not, clear timelines and a transparent understanding of where we are with each issue. All of them are combined. Issues with request tracker are combined with code enforcement, are combined with public works. And because the end product is what our community members see. And they don't care if it was a code enforcement issue or a request tracker issue or a public works issue, it's an issue, right? So I think Ms. Holly will direct you on that. But if you're asking, I think the first thing is a clear initial response to those complaints.
Yeah.
Let me add to what Mary's saying. I was joking really, but we have 3 complaints right now that I've had to turn in because your code enforcement missed it. It's in broad daylight. It's a whole garage. A guy's fixing cars, And I think we need to put that on the agenda too for an ordinance about garages, illegal garages. We got a lot of that going on. And there's no complaint about it. So it's not just a response time. We're not making the tickets. They're not being
Right.
done. And I like what you said when you said they get switched around because sometimes you get used to looking at the same thing. And you're right, that is important. And if you ever, Miss Holly, need me to do a ride along, just because I miss things too, because you get used to the neighborhoods, right? 'Cause I know, but that's why I'm always saying, if you see something, say something, let me know, because we could get used to it. And sometimes our constituents say that's not supposed to be there like that, Miss Yancey, because it wasn't like that last week.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's why I have to listen to them, because the more eyes you have on it, the better we can be.
Okay, and so I can come with a better prepared strategy and outline of what we're trying to do and some better data.
Thank you for that. Mayor
Thank
Pro
you,
Tem.
Josh.
Yeah, let me add on to the comments made by Mayor and Councilmember Yancey. And Mr. Richard as well too. The most annoying part for me that I see, because I'm seeing it every day, is we see things that are not correct. People dumping stuff. And then I see a code enforcement, a truck pass by with the city of Lamarck that says code enforcement, and absolutely nothing is done. That is aggravating. And then I was tempted earlier. I had the superintendent of schools and two school board members, and everything that we did for them to facilitate the project. And yet I can't get an email response or call back from them to say the construction that's going on across the street, and there are seniors living in these houses. Chief Merriman has been more than helpful previously, that there was never a fence put up around the, the cyclone.
Mm-hmm.
And there's mud. It's a pig pen. And any rules are, you're supposed to put gravel or some sort of,
Construction stabilizer.
Stabilizer.
Yeah.
You guys know that. And look at right next to the, I took a picture, right next to the track where they're now building. You've got these construction equipment moving from that pig pen over to the other pig pen that's over here. And the mud remains in the middle of the road. And I've had to get one of my vehicles is in the shop. The other one's ready to go in the shop because I have the photographs of the dust that's on the engine, and every one of my neighbors are on that same. And I'm paying $30 a month for the car wash a monthly to get these things. But that's the aggravating, is to see a vehicle pass by and to say, basically your message to me is, hey, these folks are not important enough to warrant some attention.
And our code enforcement can work on the construction sites. When we're getting an inspector in, that will also help because they're on site. They can, do it as part of their building inspection. Code enforcement can work on that now, and it'll be augmented when we get the inspector.
The pig pens are there. That's it.
I'd like for you and Chief Merriman to perhaps, hey, Chief, can I talk to you for a minute? Come in the room here with me. I'm just teasing.
Come in the room.
Here's a scenario from this past weekend, and this is more of an education on exactly how this ends. So one day this past weekend, there were roofers repairing a roof on property within our city. Fire truck showed up with a red tag, and I believe the red tag was placed on the structure. And I assume a red tag means stop. Fire truck had to go back and do fire truck stuff. And when that happened, guess what happened? The people went back to work on the roof. So my question, and this is not a rhetorical question. This is more of people need to understand what will happen. And I think I have a little bit of it, but I want to make sure that that we all learn together. So it appears on one hand that those folks got away with repairing a roof, whatever they were doing, even though there was a stop work order. But once you issue a stop work order, unless you're the fire marshal, right, you cannot remove people from property. It's just a stop work order, and all firemen can do is put it on the door and leave. That's the first part of the question.
May I expound on that?
Yes, go ahead.
So it just so happens that while I have 2 personnel that are full-time in the fire marshal's office, I also have 3 individuals that work on shift as engineers that are also certified fire marshals.
Okay.
We happen to have one on duty that day. That was the gentleman that was on the fire truck.
Okay.
That we sent over there because we didn't want to call in an overtime person to handle that. We used an on-shift person who just happened to have a fire marshal on shift that day.
So would that person, and again, I don't know the levels and ranks, but would that person, because he is or she is part of the fire marshal's office, would they have had the authority to have those workers removed if they had returned to that scene and saw work continuing?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Because they are also part of our fire marshal's office. They are licensed peace officers in the state of Texas.
Okay. Okay.
But we don't have one of those on every shift. We
And-
just happen to have one on that day.
Is the only personnel with the authority to post and issue those red tags, are all of them working for the fire marshal's office?
No.
So it could,
I can also do that as a building official.
okay,
Building official.
but you couldn't remove a person off of a
No,
roof.
if they refuse to leave, then I would call the police.
You would call the police, but your person would be able to remove them because they are the police.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
But generally, it also takes assistance from
The police.
police officers
Okay.
because
So
it
in that
takes one
instance,
person.
all that would have been required was to call the police department non-emergency. There's a red tag, and I saw it posted, and I also see people working on a roof.
Yes, sir.
Okay. The second thing is, once you red tag that property, and the person or people believe that they may have gotten away with repairing a roof, talk a little bit about how that's caught on the back end, because they don't really get away with that. Ultimately, code enforcement could return to the stop work order. They could see that the roof had been completed, and then they can issue a reinspection. And during reinspection, they would have to pay that permit fee. Those tiles will have to be ripped up to make sure. You get what I'm saying. Explain that scenario so that we can understand exactly how those types of people who don't follow orders of red tags, how ultimately they end up spending more funds and having more issues with time and labor than if they would have just abided by our ordinance.
For this roof that I think you're talking about, they did come in to get a permit once they got the stop work order. If you're caught working without a permit, you pay double permit fees. So the permit fees are double. They did come in and get the permit and finish the project with the permit, but they obviously weren't going to get a permit unless they had been caught.
Okay.
So what happens and this actually happens in communities all across. A lot of these roofing companies that are what we will call trying to do fly-by-night stuff, they don't have windstorm certifications, they don't have inspectors that come out. What they will try to do is when you don't have inspectors, building inspectors, code enforcement officers, fire marshals that work on weekends, they'll come out on Saturday morning, rip off a roof, shingle it, replace it, and it's done by Monday morning. Nobody knows the difference unless somebody catches them in the act, like that was done this weekend. If it is caught, what happened in that particular instance is our fire marshal went over, put a stop work order on them because they already had it down to bare roof deck. They put felt paper over it to protect the roof from getting water damaged, and then we're told to report to Mr. McConnell's office on Monday morning to acquire a permit. Now, they do have to pay the permit fine for working without a permit. And a lot of people will say, well, that's just trying to gather money. What it is doing is the city is protecting citizens from roofing companies who don't get windstorm certifications, so that when they come in and have a roof damage from a hurricane, if you don't have a WP8 or a windstorm inspector do an inspection on your roof in this, your insurance company or FEMA will deny your claim for not having a properly installed roof that was rated for our area. That's why we require permits, because the building official has to have, you know, the companies are supposed to be insured and bonded and provide all of the proper certifications to help the residents in case of a disaster, so that they can get their reimbursement for it. A lot of roof companies will come in on a Saturday morning, and if it's a job that is small enough that they can finish in 2 days, they will try to do it without getting permits. And it just so happened that that particular roof a picture was sent to my work phone, and we had them check to make sure in SmartGov to see if there was a permit. There wasn't, so we sent a fire marshal over because that was all we had handy. Without calling a code officer in or calling Mr. McConnell in on a weekend to do that. Since I had a fire marshal on duty, we sent him over to do the stop work order, sent all the paperwork, emails over to code and Mr. McConnell, and then they came in on Monday morning and made it right.
Got it. Joe, did you have a question?
A quick question for clarity. Is a red tag a ticket?
No, sir. It is a stop work order. If they violate the stop work order, and a fire marshal or a police officer returns back out, they can be issued a citation for violation of the city ordinance.
Well, good Lord, let's issue more tickets. There has to be a message that people have gotten comfortable just doing what they want to do. And that's, and we're getting, I mean, everybody here, you guys as well, we're getting beaten up. And you went out and I think had to issue a ticket finally to those contractors out there just to get some stuff, their attention on the stuff that we're spreading. But I'm just saying, we have to send a different message that we're on top of this stuff and get it done.
Yeah.
That's all.
And maybe that's where the communication comes in with our PR to talk about what happens when you work without a permit. Maybe we need to re-educate.
Well, and to be honest, some of our ordinances, because they were, you know, written by a past attorney who was a great man, but he wrote them kind of ambiguously, and they really don't have a lot of teeth in them.
Okay, so we need to read.
Some do, some don't. There are some ordinances that just don't have a lot of teeth in them, and then there are some that do.
So if that's the case, and then we'll move to Ms. Griffin has Public Works on the report. If that's the case, Ms. Holly, if you have department heads that feel that strongly, we have an ordinance review committee. And so what I would suggest that you do, Ms. Holly, would be to direct your directors. If Chief Merriman has issues with ordinances that he needs help, let's get that to the ordinance review committee. They can make that recommendation and bring that and forward that to council, and then we can get you gentlemen the help you need to be able to enforce our codes with more aggression.
You know, and some of them you don't really know that they're ambiguous and don't have any teeth until
You have to use
the situation is presented, and you look at it and go, well, I understand that, like, my brain says that's wrong. I know what the law says, but our ordinance is so vague, like I just can't, it's hard to enforce. And it makes it not only hard for fire marshals and police officers, but code officers to do it too. It makes it even harder for code officers because they're not technically, they don't have the same powers that law enforcement officers have in the state of Texas. So it makes it even harder for them to follow the letter of that ordinance if it says, well, there's this, but then if in case of it's there's some that need, and we all know that some of our ordinances need more work than others. So and the ordinance review committee is working on those. I know some of the people on it have done a
And the good news is it's a standing committee. So if it comes piece by piece, chief, that's okay. They're waiting on you. That's fine.
And we take all the help we can get some days.
I appreciate you. Thank you, gentlemen. Ms. Griffin, you had Public Works, Mr. Bro. Ms. Griffin.
Yes.
No, I'm saying you have the floor. I'm saying you have the floor, man.
Yes. Hi, Mr. Shannon.
Hey.
You guys have been in my district for
Yes.
the last 3 months.
Yes, ma'am.
And I know that you guys have been working on the ditches
That's correct.
for, I think, 3 streets.
Yes, ma'am.
And so my question is I know the routine. I know sometimes you guys get called away for such and such and such and such. And I guess my question is how successful is the project with those 3 ditches?
It's as successful as it can be right
Okay.
now. We are just very limited with our staff. I do know the past couple of weeks, we had our equipment operator who had a
been
family
raining.
issue. It's been raining, but he had a family issue he had to go deal with, and it's a personal issue, so I won't go too much into that. So we were down. Our wastewater collection team, we just hired a new guy, so they're back to 3 employees. Stormwater and collections have been kind of helping each other out.
Okay.
So that we've been going out helping to fix wastewater lines, and they go out and help dig the ditches so we don't fall too much behind. Kind of the same situation we got with when we were in District C. And I did just clarify when we started the 3 months that we're not going to be able to hit even the majority of the ditches. We're going to do the best that we possibly can. We are working on, it is on the budget to have a second stormwater team. That's something that we had made a focus on. It's positions that have already been approved, so we're not like, and once we have a second team, we could do some more damage. But just like any of our other crews, every crew right now has just one, like in our water utilities, wastewater collections, our streets, they all have 1 crew per job being done right now, so.
That was the only question that I
okay.
had. And that alone answers a lot of questions for
Yes,
the
ma'am.
residents.
Yes, ma'am.
So thank you for that.
And I will have more of an update. I know mine was blank. That's why I didn't expect it to be called out.
I had one.
My next, the next one, I'll have an update of a lot of questions y'all been asking for. I know y'all want to see the sign plan that we have. I know we've already started that, and so I'll leave it alone. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Whenever
Yes,
y'all
ma'am.
get to it.
Yes, ma'am.
I understand, and I'm not pressing.
Yes, ma'am.
So you heard some of those concerns, you know.
Yes, ma'am.
And so as far as the ditches and all that, you know, we've talked, we did that once before, a couple of years back, in District A. But I think we need to pay a little bit more attention to that. And the solar light on Johnson Street, I know we've talked about that before. Our biggest thing is that I would also like to see an improvement plan for Public Works.
I can give another one.
So that,
yes, ma'am.
no, I remember the one you did.
Yes,
but
ma'am.
But I need something succinct that I can articulate to say, what are we doing to improve?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, I represent the people,
Yes, ma'am.
right? And so when the people are saying to me certain things, I have to make sure that I can answer intelligently.
Yes, ma'am.
And
For
I want
sure.
to be able to say, we've done this,
Mhm.
and it's why, because again, there's a level of distrust, right? And so we've got, anytime, it goes back and forth.
Yeah,
Right?
and
So you always want to make sure that you come back with the facts, not what I feel.
Yes,
but
ma'am.
What I know.
That's correct.
And so that's why I want to be able to have something.
Yeah.
Just like, even if it's just a flyer, you know, like Public Works Improvement in District A that I can share with, because it's pretty much the same
Yeah.
people.
And I will, I mean, just on that subject, we are going to be moving to District A in July for the ditch digging. So you will start to see some ditch work happening for the next 3 months, starting in July.
Fine. See,
Yes,
there's
ma'am.
somebody I work with, and I can say, thank you.
Thank you, Shannon. Did y'all have anything, Shannon? Thank you, Shannon.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Holly?
For the good order.
I'm going to start with Happy Father's Day on June 21st. So for all the fathers, thank you for everything that you've done. And for those that are fathers to pets and other children, thank you for that too. Staff reviewed and interviewed more than 30 applications. We've gone through all of the interviews with it, and we've got 10 interns, and they're really top-notch, starting June 15th. Talked with Clear Career Professionals today. They have 6 applicants so far. They have moved to the next phase. Their interviews are going to be beginning soon. And Mayor, you are going to be doing the podcast on Wednesday with them to help also advertise that. Budget workshops are on the horizon, and we should have meetings starting later this month. Lamarque Police Department hosted a press conference today that was recognizing the great work of our detectives and officers in the battle against fentanyl, and we have a recap video available on Facebook. And want to let you know that we are hiring city managers, city firefighters, accountants. We've got a planner, dispatcher, and technicians for public work. So we have several primary jobs, and we are actively reviewing applications. And if you got the paper today, you know that we've got a hurricane watch map in there. So please make your plans for your family in case a hurricane hits here. That's it for me, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. We are at, there is no executive session item 10. There is no actions from executive session item 11. So now we're at request and announcements. Ms. Griffin.
I have none. I think I did enough the last 2 meetings.
Did a lot?
Yeah.
So you're gonna rest a minute?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, Miss Holly.
Mrs. Lowry?
We could, I think we've been kicking that forensic audit down the road for far too long, about 5 years too long. We need to expedite that. I know Mr. Worth left, but, I think it's been long enough. And like the constituent up here said, the longer you take, the more it doesn't look good. Gives people the impression that we're trying to cover things up or something. So I ain't got nothing to worry about. I know that. So I wish it would have been done 5 years ago, but probably would have been able to find as much stuff. But if we could expedite that forensic audit, get that RFQ out, and also make sure that we plan for that in the budget. I see it.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Yancey.
I'm still trying to, I know you mentioned about this, the signs, but we're still trying to find out about the signs on Meadow Lane. All of them need to be replaced. They're all faded on Meadow Lane. I would
Those
like
are street signs, ma'am?
street signs,
Okay.
all of them are faded, you can't read them, and that there's what the main road on Lake Road, Meadow Lane, there's not even a sign there.
Okay.
I think I mentioned that before. If I could find out from EDC, what are we doing with the Jack in the Box that's empty now in District A? And the Mr. Lucky store at 1765 in Duro. If we can find out what's Rocky's, what is their goal, because does it look good to have it doesn't look good to have a new school and you have a building that's not finished right next to the school, and that's not a good look. And of course, the Rosalie drainage that we've been trying to fix. I don't know what we're gonna do with that. That water keeps coming back.
Is that a water leak?
I don't know what that is. It's like
I
two.
think it's a water leak.
Okay.
But
The
let
one
me,
in the
yeah.
middle, remember, it's the one in the middle.
Yeah.
And then one in the end. So it's like two.
Okay.
So we're still concerned about those apartments. And I would love if we could maybe one time have some type of workshop with our apartment owners that they could work with myself, other council members, and the police, and someone to talk about screening. Because some of our, some of the comments that I'm getting from some of our owners, they're horrible about what they say about, because if we can allow Lamarque to become a dumping ground, and we don't want to do that. We want to let them know we have standards when it comes with the people that will live in our city. Because if you're charging $300, $400 rent, sometimes you're going to attract that. And so that's kind of what's happening in our area. But at the same time, we want to be, we are a city of affordable housing, but we also want to make sure that we have resources to help when families need it. And so I've had two different conversations with two different owners, and of course they don't live here, so they have negative things to say. And we have to be the ones to say, no, raise the standard. Everybody just don't dump people. And then you walk away and then leave the problem to our police to solve and our social workers. I'm not gonna have that in District A. And that's what, they want that to become the standard again. We're not going that. So, the good order, happy Father's Day to all the fathers. This is Juneteenth month, so that's when we have things all across the county. I'm kind of hurt we don't have one this year. No, we have one at Highland Bayou, right? Highland Bayou, there's a lady that's doing a.
She's pulled out. She pulled
Oh,
out.
my God.
We still have the parade, don't we?
No, we don't have anything. We're not
No,
celebrating.
with-
That's what Texas City. This is Lamar. We don't have one right now, but that's okay. We have other things, but that's why I want to make sure that we don't miss out on this opportunity to celebrate the cultures, all the cultures of Lamar, right? So just happy Juneteenth for all of you, because that's why people come to Galveston County. So I want to make sure that we don't lose that. And I think that's all, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mayor Pro Tem?
Ms. Yancey, where did you say the water leaks were? Did you say those were on Road 2? Oh, Road 2, okay. I'm sorry.
Rosalie, yeah.
I will interject. It's just for me, a child safety issue. When the high school was constructed, they went ahead and put these large drainage, I don't know, what do you call it? Culverts, right? But they're concrete. They look like a bunker almost. And there's a separation for the water about this much, right on Durow. And I've noticed kids playing basketball now out. And the basketball, the culvert is larger than the basketball. And,
I know what you're talking about, yeah.
and I'm concerned that if you get a real weather, someone could be swept in there. And they should have some sort of screen on there. That's number one. I will be passing on once again this gentleman that I don't know if you reached out to him, who wants to know the extension or the cost of extending water and sewer right off our city limits. And here's his number. I'll give that to you, Mr. McConnell. I did attend the Texas Department of Emergency Management. I want to thank EDC for having funded part of that. I paid personally for the other part of that. It was not as well attended as last year, but the seminars were amazing. I have to say they were amazing. And it's all about relationships. I love running into people and the relationships. And one of the things that I did learn is that there's plenty of funds out there. There are grant dollars out there that are being made available by the feds. Only item is they've shortened the application period. The submission dates are down to 15 days.
Whoa.
15 days. So the message is, have your projects ready now. Have your projects ready now. And like I said, I've offered to help anyway, and grants and stuff. And then interesting contact up there at the Cheatham Conference, our discussion on the unclaimed funds. I have now a personal contact with the Texas Comptroller's Office to follow up on all of those unclaimed funds that will help go to our parks and the restoration there, so I can follow up on that as well too, on that side. I will provide to you, which you could distribute to Ms. Holly. I have handouts, a little package of stuff I haven't put together. But GLO has combined with Texas State University to now have a match software that has all grant opportunities and available for any city. Be informed, and they said it very, very clearly, grant opportunities are weighted in favor of larger cities. They are. But where you can do well is, once again, have your projects ready and on that side. and I'll have some more information I'll be sharing with you guys. I did also attend on Friday our annual retreat for the Houston Galveston Area Council of Government. A lot of turnover there. People didn't win elections and things of that nature, so there is some turnover there. And remember, those things, at least my representation, is as a result of the small cities. So it's not automatic with the position. You go and present yourself on that and get the support of small cities. Having said that, HGAC will continue to develop a resource for grant writing for small cities so that it plays right in line with what we had at the TEDM conference, is get our projects ready. And then will provide us the technical assistance and that's necessary to prepare the grants and identify grant opportunities. I'll be setting up a meeting with them to come down and follow up on that side. There are other areas that HGAC is committed to identify additional dollars for roads, which is through the Transportation Policy Council. And there is, I think I sent that to you if I'm mistaken, but I'll resend it again. There is a meeting on Wednesday about getting projects ready for that and what qualifies on terms of roads. So that might be another resource for us to deal with some of the roads that need major work on it. And finally, I did receive a call up there at the TEDM conference. I was reminded by the representatives of the General Land Office that this General Land Office still has funding for damages that were caused to your home, or if you lost your home, for Hurricane Beryl. And they're not getting any applicants for that money. If the money is not utilized, it'll be returned back to the feds. So I'll pass on that information. Maybe we can promote that again too.
Thank
and
you.
a link to that particular item. And appreciate it, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Ms. Garrett, on the next agenda, I'd like to see, and I can provide for you, a resolution accepting 45 veteran parking signs. I met with a couple of veterans over the past break. One of them is a resident of Lamarque, Mr. Ivy Hoke. And the other one is a longstanding resident of our county, and a former council member himself in Santa Fe, Mr. Fidencio Leja. And they have an organization, nonprofit organization, where they provide parking signs for veterans. They're very colorfully decorated decorations with the logos of each one of the branches of service. They're giving us 45, and then the council will then determine where those 45 signs will go. But we need to initiate that with a resolution. They've provided one to me. I will get with you sometime between now and next meeting to make sure that you get that on the agenda and to council. Ms. Holly, I'd like for council to be able to see a policy that identifies major sewage overflow in public spaces and a plan to mitigate that overflow. For example, the gentleman that we have had discussions about on heavy rains, the sewer overflows into the drainage ditches in front of his house. I know that you have made the determination on how we mitigate those case by case. Let's see if we can make that into a cohesive policy that the council might know, so that when we interact with the community, we can share with them what that policy is. And when we contact you, we would clearly be able to know what those requirements are, so that we can move a little more efficiently in areas of public health.
Yes, sir.
Such as that. Ms. Holly? Ms. Garrett? Mr. Kantowski is looking for his records. He has been at this podium for weeks and months. And at least the council needs a clear understanding of what has happened. If not, if Mr. Kantowski needs his records, if it's lawful, Gus. I don't know anything about what has happened. I know that he is frustrated and he has continued to lobby this council for relief. And so I am asking that we provide for some sort of report to the council so that we can understand what has happened. And if it is lawful, that we release every piece of information to him that is lawful to do so. Can that happen by next council meeting?
Sure.
Thank you. I would like to see what our current policy is on setting culverts. At one point, it was,
We don't.
if we don't, where is that written policy, and
Okay.
when did that policy come into existence? We
Okay.
need a date,
Okay.
right? And we need a process surrounding it so that we can make sure that our community members know.
Okay.
If others are setting culverts, how do we then inspect those culverts, right?
Okay.
What sorts of plans have to be submitted in order to get approval to set those culverts,
Okay.
right? And when, and the most important part of this, when did this policy
Okay.
begin? Is it an ordinance? Is it a policy?
Okay.
And so we need some history on that as well. Thank you.
Okay.
Also, there was a time when we discontinued the rental and usage of the community room.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe it was because there was a lack of air conditioning.
I thought it was maintenance that people were tearing it up.
It was
But
the carpet.
The carpet.
Was all back.
There are a lot of reasons.
okay.
Carpet, people tearing it up, air conditioning, maintenance. Here's the issue. Is it operational now?
Okay.
If it is operational and available, then the council needs to take up whether or not we want to begin the process of leasing it again,
Okay.
and whether or not we want to offer that to well-meaning nonprofits in the community. For example, I think the Coffee Club uses it.
Mm-hmm.
Well-meaning. I don't even think that they are an organized unit, but they are well-meaning. Yes. And so they use it to be able to discuss the issues of the city, to help try to promote solutions. If there are other nonprofits that are located in our city that may need to use it infrequently, the council may need to case by case consider those.
Like the
as
Garden
well.
Club, I think, is one.
They're
Garden
not-
Club would be.
They're gonna stay at the fire station.
Okay.
We're not leaving, chief. There were just timing issues and they were kicked out. I don't mean
Garden
kicked
Club.
out.
No, yeah.
The room was used at times, so they're happy over
The
there.
Garden Club? Okay.
Yes.
So there might be other
Okay.
organizations. And if we can get that by next meeting. The pavilion. I'll take that as a friendly request. Let's include the pavilion in that as well. Policy, how we go about leasing it, whether or not the council will be open. If there is a nonprofit that might want to use it infrequently, we might reserve the right to waive those fees.
You already do, sir.
There you go. Let's make sure that
Yeah.
we
Mm-hmm.
have that in policy in written form.
It's actually an
next meeting.
ordinance.
It's ordinance. That's even better. Thank you. Let's
Well,
make sure we have it written.
I would say, and I don't know, this is just what has happened. Nonprofits would come to the Parks Board to get approval for that to happen. I don't know if that's, you know what I'm saying, if that's a thing,
Yeah.
but that's what was happening. And we would say yeah or nay.
I got you for the
And I
pavilion.
think
For
at
the-
some point, I may need clarification on this because of budgetary, we decided maybe we need to not waive. I'm
Okay.
just saying.
Yeah,
I
we'll,
think
we'll,
that's our
we'll-
fee
we'll-
structure establishes that.
Well, hold on.
you know,
Hold
no,
on.
hold-
Yeah,
okay.
y'all are starting to deliberate.
I'm
Let's-
sorry.
So,
I
no,
understand
that's
the-
okay. That's
but
okay.
yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for that, Gus.
Okay,
Thank you, Gus.
So bring that back and then we can discuss further at the next meeting.
okay.
Lastly, I also wanted to wish all of the fathers happy Father's Day. It's a joy and a privilege to be a father. We certainly don't always get it right. We're not perfect, but all in all, if you've ever been a father and you've ever tried to put forth effort, whether biologically those young people were yours, or whether they were yours in love. We as a council, I think it's safe to say, we as a council, as a staff, wish each and every father the happiest of Father's Day this year. And with that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Is there a second?